All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note that the accused are all present in court today with the exception of Mr. Krasniqi, who is appearing via video link. Before we continue hearing the evidence, the prosecution witness prosecution witness 4018, there is one point the panel wishes to address. Yesterday, the SBO filed F01759, which is a request for video conference testimony for W03827. It is the panel's understanding that the SBO intends to call 3827 next week. However, the panel wishes to clarify whether this is still the SBO's intention in light of yesterday's filing.
Yes, Your Honor. There are a couple of moving parts to the situation, but last I checked, yesterday afternoon, this was the situation, and we would notify the panel if there's any changes to that, including at the break. I can double-check that for you.
Victims' Counsel, do you have any comment on this request?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the Thaçi defense?
Your Honor, I frankly haven't taken a look at it yet. If I can just take a look at it at the break.
Mr. Emerson?
Nothing from the Vasili defense.
We'll also take a look at the break, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
Your Honor, there's unlikely to be very much from me, but we'll take a further look at the break as well.
Try to be prepared for your comments after the next break. So let's continue with the testimony of witness 4018. Madam Court Usher, you please bring the witness in. I remind everyone that there are no protective measures, no in-court protective measures, and we will be in public session. Good morning, witness. You can be seated.
Good morning to everyone.
Witness, today we're going to continue with the direct examination by the SPO. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them that you don't understand and they will try to clarify the question. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will testify. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question and to speak slowly to allow the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Finally, stop talking if I ask you to do so. or also stop talking if you see me raise my hand, because that means I want to give you a further instruction. Mr. Pace, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
That yesterday afternoon, the judges admitted your prior testimony, and I read a summary of your prior testimony, your prior statements in open session. So today, my questions are going to be very limited and focused. I will not be asking you about everything you know about in 98 and 99. And court officer, I'd like to start by pulling up a document, and that is SPOE 000-93211 to 000-93212. And if that could be side by side with the English translation, which is the same year end with ET at the end, I'll read again. SPOE 000-93211 to SPOE 000-93212-ET, and the first page on both, please. Thank you. Thank you. Witness, do you see two documents on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
The document on the left is in Serbian and the one on the right is in English. Could you tell the judges whether you're able to read Serbian?
No, I can't read Serbian.
Before I showed you these documents last week, had you ever seen them before? And witness, before I showed these documents to you last week, had you seen these documents?
Yes. Yes.
And just to be clear, yes, you remember seeing them last week?
Yes.
But before that, you had not seen them, right?
No.
Now, at the top of the documents, we see that the document purports to be by Serbian authorities, dated 29 December 1998, and that it contains a list of persons who registered for local security of Kačanik municipality. Now, witness, do you know what local security meant in this context?
I don't understand regional. What does it mean?
This document is titled List of Persons Who Registered for Local Security of Kačanik Municipality. Do you know what local security refers to in this context? If you don't, you can say so.
I'm not really certain, but it looks like that. It looks like a local policeman. There are plenty of names here.
Or 1999, did you hear reference to the term local security or local police in Kosovo?
I never dealt with these matters. I was never involved. Never had any idea of this.
Now, if we look at number 13 in the documents before you, like I said, on the left it's in Serbian, on the right it's in English, but you will see that number 13 refers to Idrizi as a surname, Agim as a name, and Lanisht as assigned to. You told us that you're from Lanisht yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
Witness is, did you ever register for local security of Kachanek municipality?
No, my name was never registered anywhere. We registered this at the municipality, the civil office, like everybody else, but I never registered for any work-related matters or anything. I was just registered as a kid.
Now, putting aside the idea of registration for a moment, did you in any way ever join a local security or a local police aligned with the Serbian authorities in 1998, as this document purports to assert?
No, never. My name is nowhere. It's never written anywhere.
Now, witness, if we look through the list of names, we'll see it includes several other persons that during your testimony in a previous case, you said were detained with you. For example, if we look at number 16, we have Rahim Elezi. At number 20, we have Nezir Topoyani. And at number 25, we have Riza Kiki. And my question for you, witness, is if you have any idea why the names of these people would be on a list of local police for the Serbian authorities in 1998.
I was imprisoned. Now, where did they stay? What did they do? Were they policemen or not? I have no idea. I have nothing to do with that. The only thing I know is I was detained in 1999.
Now, court officer, if we could please turn to the next page of both documents. And witness, do you see two different pages on your screen now?
Yes.
This is a continuation of the same document. We have the last few names, and at the bottom we can see that the document is signed by Radoslav Ognjenovic, President of the Municipal Council. Now, witness, during your testimony in a previous case, you stated that you knew a Rade Ognjenovic, who was President of the Municipal Council, and you also said he helped Albanians. You also mentioned him in other parts of your testimony by title. My question for you is whether you ever discussed with Rade or Radoslav Ognjenovic anything to do with working for any Serbian authority in 98 or 99?
All people from Kachanik talked to this man. He was not a bad man. He was a good man to everybody. In particular, he would never allow the police to bother me during Ramadan time. Now, with respect to the conversation, I've never pointed at anyone. That I've never reported any person. I've never been involved in the detention of any person. I've never done any harm to anyone.
Deal with that in a moment, witness, but for now I'd like you to focus on my question. And my question is specifically, did you ever speak to Rade or Radoslav Ognjenovic about you yourself joining any form of Serbian authority, like Serbian police, local police, or local security?
No. it would only be words because I've never said anything about any person. He's alive, he can testify to this. I was never interested in getting involved in this, despite the fact that I knew these things better than anyone else.
So just to be clear, is it correct that you never, for example, gave your consent to being listed or enlisted in any local security or local police aligned with Serbian authorities in 98 or 99?
I said it earlier, I will always say this. If any person can find my name as having worked as a policeman, as it seems to appear in this document, because I didn't know this, the person who wrote down my name here as a policeman, Agim Midrizi, is my worst enemy. And adding that I was a forest ranger, you can ask people in Kasanik that this is completely untrue.
You mentioned adding that you were a forest ranger and that this is completely untrue. Could you clarify, were you ever a forest ranger or not?
If I was a forest ranger, I gave the board of the Albanian that I'm ready to be hanged in front of the court. But if I was not, somebody needs to pay me. This was done to me by people during the war. Now everybody knows the truth. They could not have seen me. These are all lies. They never saw me as a forest ranger or a policeman. I know who put me in that list and the reasons why.
Witness, could you explain to the judges why being a forest ranger, as you seem to be saying, it would be problematic in 98 or 99 or would cause problems?
We know who were the forest rangers. I caused damage to the forest. I did that for 30 years. So this is quite interesting.
And am I understanding correctly that you want to make it clear you were not a forest ranger?
No, I give you my word that, and to everybody who's listening now, they can send messages here. I've never been a forest ranger. This is not true. This was done to me by my foe, Enver Ajani.
Yourself, you were an Albanian living in Kosovo in 98 or 99, and somebody said you were a forest ranger. Could you explain to the judges why that would be a bad thing?
I never dealt with this, but they put my name in there because he worked with the Serbian police up to the day Kika. He worked with the Serbian police until the day they kidnapped me, and on that day he left. Everybody in Kasanik knows that I've never been a policeman or a shumar. Even kids in Kasanik know that.
Question, please. Let's start.
Shumar being a forest ranger.
Witness, focus on my question. If you were Albanian in 98 and 99 in Kosovo, was being a forest ranger a good thing or a bad thing?
I've never been a forest ranger. I don't know anything about that. What did the forest ranger do?
Move on. Court officer, can we please take these documents down, and instead of them, we're going to show the witness IT 0587 6D00484-E side by side with IT 0587 6D 00484. And the first page of each again. Thank you. Witness, do you see two different documents on the screen in front of you now?
Yes.
Me showing you these documents last week?
Yes.
I showed you documents last week. Had you ever seen them?
No, I haven't. Now I'm happy when I came here, you read this to me. I was shocked to see that I was designated as having been a forest ranger, a police officer. A certain archon is mentioned there as well.
Now, witness, they're in Serbian and English, so I will tell you what they say at the top of the page. And the document says that it purports to be a document by Serbian authorities dated the 2nd of November 1998, and that it contains a list of persons who signed a contract for local security of Kačanek municipality. If we look through this document, through the names there on this page, we see once again other persons who, in a previous case, you testified were detained with you. For example, at number 11 on the list, we see Riza Faik Kiki. Witness, do you have any idea why Riza Kiki would be listed on this document?
I was detained with Riza Kike and Faik Reciv, Eleze, Topoyani. I asked them, why were you detained by the KLA? Riza said that it was because he had a handgun when he was a guard at the cement factory in Kačanik. And a commander who had bought a cow from an Albanian to an Albanian, and he asked for 1,000 euros to pay back. The commander, who gave him then a gun. This is all I know, so he had two guns.
What was the ethnicity of the commander you're referring to?
The commander was a Serbian, the Kačanik commander.
Serbian commander bought the cow from Riza Kiki or someone else?
From someone else. But the money was asked from Rizai.
And who did the commander give a gun to?
He gave it to Rizai.
And do you know why this was a problem, that Riza had a gun given to him by a Serbian commander?
No, I don't know. I don't know. This is what he told me, and that's all I know.
Please turn to the last page of both these documents and witness this is a different document. Thank you, court officer. Witness, do you see two different documents on your screen?
Yes.
Now, at the top of this page, we see it purports to be a document by the Secretariat of the Interior in Uroševac, and that it contains a list of persons who signed up for local security in Kačanek municipality and do not have a weapon. At the bottom of the page, we see that it's dated 26 January 1999. Now, witness, if you look at number 7 on this list, it refers to Agi Midrizi and the village of Lanesht. And just as I asked you for the other documents, do you have any idea or information why your name would be included on this list?
I'll tell you now the reason why. We had a land dispute with Enver Ajani, the Ajani family. So they bought a Niva car, red one, because to Chazim. Kachanik knows all of this. Then I went home to bring some wood with my horse to Koka, and when I went there, a person whose cow had been stolen was there. But I did not report the Ajami family to the police. I got hold of the meat and the Niva car, and I said, I know the Ajami family was here last night. And I seized this at Koka. Then this Koka reported me to the Serbian police, and I was sentenced to death by the Serbian police because of illegal wood cutting. Now Koka gave my name to Enver Ajami, put my name in the list on the list, which list was taken by Ajami to the headquarters. Now the commander in Kachanik can deal with Nebi Koka and Enver Ajami. Ajami said that I beat him with a policeman together. Nobody ever cursed me in Kachanik apart from Ajami family. I stayed in Kachanik, I lived there. These two persons are the reason why I'm here today. I want everybody to know the truth, and I don't want people to point fingers at me saying that I was a forest ranger or a policeman or anything like that. They destroyed my life. They took 37,000 Deutschmarks from me, and they have to be held accountable for what they said. And find out who in reality worked as a policeman or as a forest ranger. I never worked for the government. I always did legal work. He's a thug, and Rajam is a thug. You see what he's done to me. This is...
Stop you, and the judge in fact is stopping you because you're repeating yourself, and from what you said there are certain things I'd like to clarify. I will start with you mentioning that an Ajami said that you beat him with a policeman. Now, was this allegation that you beat Ajami made before or after you were detained in March of 1999?
If the police beat him, and I want all people from Kachanik to know this, if Sami Ajami was beaten by the police and Agimi Drizi was present there, I will be answerable to that. But if this didn't happen, what will he do? I will see him.
My question and answer my question, okay? Do you understand? So, my question is...
That is not true.
Understand what you're saying. Now please listen to my question, answer the question. Sami Ajami saying that you beat him with a policeman, is that something Sami Ajami said before you were detained by the KLA in March of 1999 or after? Please answer that question.
Sami Ajami said this before my arrest. In Dushkai at the KLA headquarters. This is the truth, no matter what other people say.
You mentioned Akoka. Could you please give the judges the first name of that person?
He's Habib Koka, same age as me, and for a long time, we were close friends.
Witness was Habib Koka, a KLA member in 98 and 99, or not?
Habib Koka was a Serbian police officer until the time I was kidnapped, and then he joined the KLA. After that, I don't know about him.
Question about the document still on your screens, the one I was referring to earlier. We see at the bottom that it's signed on behalf of the president of the Municipal Democratic Initiative, Selim Topoyani, and it's signed by a Saip Zeka. Do you know a Selim Topoyani or a Saip Zeka?
No.
Officer, the document can be taken down from the screen. And witness, we mentioned Radoslav or Rade Ognjenovic, president of the Municipal Council. Other than this person, before you were arrested in March of 99, did you know any other Serbian officials in Kačanik?
Albanians also worked there together with them in the municipality.
I understand, but I'd like you to listen to my question, which is, did you know any other Serbian officials in Kačanik before you were arrested in March 99?
Everybody knew them, not only me. Kačanik is a small place.
One called Vojo in 1998, 1999.
Vojo was a young man from a good family. All the Albanians knew him. I sold wood to him, usually at a lower price. He would release my trucks when they were seized by the police.
Now, let's start with his ethnicity. Could you tell the judges what ethnicity Vojo was?
Serbian.
He was of Serbian ethnicity.
And can you explain to the judges why you sold him wood at a lower price?
When they would seize my truck, he would go there and claim that it was his goods and it was for my own benefit. That's how life used to be at the time.
Judges, why they would seize your trucks?
Of course they would, because I had no papers, no sealed document on me. Of course they would seize it.
What was in those trucks?
Woods, firewood that I had cut in the mountains without permit.
For your helping you out with the seized truck situation, did you ever ask him to help you or other persons out in any way?
No, there was no need to ask him for anything else. It was only the truck, because you could not get it back. You had to wait for 6 months to be taken to court as well. So that was it.
In Kačanik in 98 and 99, was it easy for Albanians to obtain a passport from Serbian authorities?
Whoever was not authorized, could not get a passport. Even now, when it's our own state, you cannot get a passport if you're not entitled to that. At that time, whoever could get and wanted to get a passport did.
Anyone, any Albanians to obtain a passport in 98 or 99?
I was aware of that. I got 3 passports in my life. Mother of Yeton Chori, who went to a wedding in Macedonia. I helped her get a passport, and a certain Alice from Bichets. Nobody I have nobody else. I knew that some people had problems and could get not passports. I had my own business. I had enough money, so I didn't deal with these things.
Could you tell the judges how you helped these people obtain the passports?
For example, you know somebody there, ask them to help this person get a passport, and they did. Everybody in Kačanik knows how passports were obtained at the time. But I did not deal with these things. As I said, I was involved in 3 passports, and I helped people who did not do anything and were good people to get those passports.
Yes, again, please focus on my question. Specifically, how did you help these 3 people obtain passports? What did you do, or who did you speak to for this to happen?
This is a long time ago. You can go and ask them themselves. They are still alive.
Witness, did you speak to Voya about getting passports for these 3 people?
I've forgotten. This happened a long time ago, before the war.
Earlier, you mentioned you never reported any persons and you were never involved in the detention of any persons. To your knowledge, witness, did any of your actions before March 99 cause any Albanians to end up in jail?
Me? Help them to be arrested? Who said something like this?
Witness, just answer the question. To your knowledge, did any of your actions ever cause certain Albanians to end up in jail before March 99 when you were detained?
No, I give you my word. Just give me a name of a person whose arrest I have caused, and I will be held responsible. If I were to put somebody in prison, I would put Enver Ajami. With everybody else, I was in good relations.
Tell Serb police to burn houses belonging to your neighbors?
No, I never was involved in such things, never.
Of anyone ever alleging that you did so? Anyone saying Agi Midrizi told Serb police to burn houses of his neighbors?
No, these are all lies. I never did anything like that in my life.
They are lies. Nonetheless, did anybody say these lies? Did anybody say Agi Midrizi told the Serb police to burn his neighbors' houses. Do you know anything about that or not?
Yeah. Das.
No. These things do not relate to me. And please don't ask such questions of me. I was in bad relations only with his family, with nobody else. I was only with the Ajami family and with Habib Koka. With all the rest, I was in good relations.
Did they ever say anything like this about you? Did they ever say that you told Serb police to burn houses belonging to your neighbors, or that you caused certain Albanians to end up in jail?
These things are not true. As I said, if I were to put somebody in prison or do something bad to somebody, I would do that to Enver Ajami, and all of Kaçanik knows that. But I never did that. He was never pursued by the police. The police never went to his house. Nobody from his family was ever arrested for weapons or for anything. All these are lies.
Now, witness, that is clear that you are saying they are lies. I'll just ask you one more time because it's not clear from what you're telling to me. These, as you characterize them, lies, did Enver Ajami or anybody else say them about you, even though you say they were not true, before you were detained in March 99?
I'm telling you that they put my name in that context, that I was a forest ranger, that I was a police and things like that. It was not a matter of weapons or politics or KLA. We had this dispute over a property, over a piece of land. He took the money to Kazim Idrisi in the middle of the night, and everybody knows about the money. I told him that people came to settle things between us, but he left. He didn't want to reconcile.
They put your name in the context that I asked you about before you were detained in March of 99 or after? Please answer just that question.
It was in March 1999. 10 persons wearing masked civilian clothes, armed, came to my house. They broke the windows.
You're not answering the question, witness. Were these lies told about you before you were detained in March 99 or after?
Now I understood, yes, it's true. Before my arrest, they put all these words together against me to have Agim Idrisi liquidated. The Ajami family and Habib Koka did this because Habib Koka worked at with the Serbian police and knew the people.
Up 114873 to 114873. And if we could please focus on the first photo, the one that appears at the top of the page. Thank you. We could scroll. Perfect, thank you. Witness, do you see a photograph appearing on your screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize the location depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I remember it very well. This used to be the school where I went to as a child.
Village is it in?
It's in the village of Bob, somewhere up there, location called Stanet Ebobit.
In your prior testimony, you mentioned being detained in Bob. Did you see this location during your detention there?
Yes, and there is a hut a little bit below where Enver Ajami with his men was waiting for me. It's just below this building.
Do you know what this specific building in the photograph was used for?
The KLA soldiers used it. They stayed there and slept there.
One last question about this. At the time you were detained in Bob, so in 1999, did the location, did the property look like it does in this photograph, or did it look any different?
It was an old house.
Is there anything particularly different about it?
This was an old building. It was built a long, long time ago. I remember it since I was in the first class of primary school.
Submission of this document for the photograph at the top, as explained in an email inter partes before this witness's testimony, although this item is technically not in our exhibit list, all that it is a copy of photographs which are on our exhibit list, and the purpose of, let's say, extracting them is because I did not want to show the witness the caption which explains what the document is.
I'm sorry, any objection?
No objection. None.
All right. 114873 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit P374.
Thank you. Witness, I only have a few minutes and a few questions left with you. During your detention in March 99, were you provided any access to a lawyer?
No, there was no lawyer there.
During your detention in March of 1999, did any KLA member take you to any kind of court or before any kind of judge?
No, I remember Shurdani came to interrogate us. I was the last one. He did not take me for interrogation. He did not interrogated me because he said, if I do, I have to release you. They found nothing in your house, only a pair of military pants from Germany in the corridor of my house. He wanted to release me, but Enver Ajami did not want me released because we had that dispute.
First name of the Shurdani person you just referred to?
Yunus Shurdani. He used to work at the police in Yugoslavia times, whereas Ajami, he is a thug, Fadil Chaka as well, and the third person whose name the interpreter didn't get. Shurdani was an educated person. He interrogated 5 persons and he did not interrogate me.
It's been almost 25 years since the events we're discussing happened. Do you still suffer from any physical issues today as a consequence of what happened to you in March of 1999?
Unë e kam pasuja që menja sa merë.
You can't imagine the consequences. I cannot sleep. They maltreated me, and my body aches, is in a bad shape.
Thank you, witness. No further questions, Your Honor.
Our questions have been asked. Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to ask now.
Sorry, Thaçi defense.
Your Honor, I believe an email was sent that the Salimi defense is going to start with this witness. The Salimi defense sent an email to the panel that they would start first.
All right. All right with everyone? Salimi defense.
Your Honor, I'm very grateful. Thank you for that. And I'm grateful to my colleagues for allowing me to start out of turn, as it were. So good morning, Mr. Witness. Now,
Good morning.
Mr. Witness, you have already been asked a lot of questions by a lot of lawyers. So I'll try to be short, okay? It's difficult to recall events, especially when they're over 20 years ago. So I'll try and help you, if I may. And to assist you and the learned judges today, I'll try to focus on matters more to do with the reasons you gave for the events themselves, all right? I'll be focusing on the context and the background, all right? So I will not be asking you about the assaults or the places that you were taken. Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So to assist you and the judges by way of a brief roadmap, there are 3 topics I'd like to ask you about, sir. Firstly, I'm going to ask you about the land dispute between yourself and Mr. Ajami, all right? Then I'm going to ask you, secondly, about how that land problem affected you and others. And finally, Mr. Witness, I'm going to ask you about your statements that the KLA itself did not know of Enver Ajami's intentions towards you. Do you understand? Is that clear?
No, fine.
Go ahead.
Given what you've just told the learned judges, the third and final point might be quite short. As you've just explained, in answer to, I think, a question about why you were detained, that this was not a matter of the KLA or politics or weapons. And that's correct, isn't it?
They arrested me through Abib Koka, who worked with the Serb police, and the Ajami family arrested me, and ever since I've been destroyed. My life has been destroyed. He put my name on this list, Abib Koka and Enver Ajami, that is.
Yes, thank you. So very much it was an issue you had with Enver Ajami, who I think you rightly described as your foe. Now, can you tell the learned judges, what did you mean by foe? I presume you mean enemy. Is that right?
He
is my biggest enemy in Kosovo. He went and said that Habib Koka saved his family, that 7 cars were to come and tie us and drag us from Lanish to Kaçanik. You know that there was never an Arkan in Kaçanik, and you found that name on that list.
far as you were concerned, he was spreading a lot of lies and false information about you.
Po, këtë ka qanin ke e din. Unë s'ka nevojë.
Everybody in Kaçanik knows that. There's no need for me to lie here, and everybody is following us today. And I've already told them earlier in Kaçanik. I told them that I will say publicly here what happens so that everybody knows.
To witness, and indeed, in fairness,
Thank you, because this question is very clear.
Mr. Witness, may I say, in fairness to you, you've already explained, have you not, that this was a private matter, both to the investigators and the police over many years, and you've given evidence about it, haven't you? Is that right? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Can you give me permission to say just one word?
Give me, I'll just, if I may, ask the questions, and if you'd like to say anything, I'm sure the learned judge will allow you to do so.
All right, go on.
So I'll try and do it in this way. The reason that you say you were arrested, well, when the prosecutor asked you if you were ever told why you were kidnapped, is it right to say you explained that there was one family that kidnapped me and one family gave the order for me to be kidnapped? And did you then go on to indicate it was a family of Enver Ajami? Is that right, sir?
Yes, they were military police, the family of Enver Ajami, Sami Ajami.
This is not a memory exercise, and it's a long time ago. From time to time, I might invite you to look at a document on screen, as my learned friend has done, all right, to help you. So I'm going to do that now, if I may. And could I, and we've been given, Your Honour, the exhibit numbers this morning, if I may, can I call up in Albanian and English the exhibit P342 AT.1, and in the English I think it's A342, yeah, that's it. So if that could please go on the screen, and if I can give the ERN number, if need be, I have that. It's ERN SPOE 000-89723 to 000-89766, and it's page in the English SPOE 000-89728, and in the Albanian it's the page 6, which is SPO, I hope, E 000-89771, sir. So if you look at this with me and see if it helps you. It's probably easier if you read the Albanian, I would imagine. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and if I can draw the judge's attention to the part in English, which is below the bottom of the page, just below halfway. In English, it reads, "He beat me up." I'll read it if I may, and can you please look for the Albanian interpretation, all right? "He beat me up and he questioned me, so there was no facility to release me, and they wanted to kill me. I had a problem with him because of a plot of land. My cousin sold land to him, and when he sold it, he transferred the documentation to the neighbor." Now, so Judge, that's what I'd like to draw your attention to. And do you see the Albanian translation of that? Do you see it in front of you, sir?
I see.
Yes? Is it correctly translated, firstly?
Allow me to answer. Bayram Bruti bought the land. There were 3 involved in the market. Nobody could buy it. Bayram Bruti bought it, transferred it, and they went to get the money to Sami Huneva. Enver Ajami's brother, his daughter is married there.
I'm going to, in due course, ask you to explain the dispute to the judges in some detail. At this stage, can I just ask you, sir, is it correctly translated, what I've just read out to you? That Enver Ajami beat you up. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
In the Albanian, does it say that he beat you up and he questioned me, they wanted to kill me, and does it go and say, my cousin sold him the land, and when he sold it, he transferred it to a neighbor? Is that right? Is that correctly translated into Albanian? Is that right?
Bayram Bruti bought the land out of his own will. Whereas everybody in Kaçanik knows that in the middle of the night went to his house, took the money and went away.
So, may I make myself clear? I'm going to ask you about the dispute in some detail, all right? But at this stage, do you have that in front of you, the account that you said you were beaten because of the land? Is that right?
Yes.
If I may, at this stage, I'm not going to ask you about the events that happened to you, and I don't want you to relive the painful experience you had. But may I just ask you one question about the night you were taken in March 1999? Is it right that you explained to the UNMIK personnel in 2001 what had happened to you? Is that correct?
At home, yes.
And you were taken from your home and you explained to UNMIK what happened to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
You explained to UNMIK that you were taken to a stone house in Kaçanik area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also added that to your surprise, you there saw your enemy or your foe, your neighbor, Enver Ajami, standing there to greet you.
Correct.
And is it right that you also told the UNMIK personnel on the 1st of September 2001, and I'll give you, Your Honours, a reference if need be, I'm not going to the screen, that Enver started asking me about this piece of land, which was supposed to have been sold to his brother, but instead was sold to somebody else. Is that right?
The land was bought by Bayram Bruti on his own will. Everybody in Kaçanik knows this.
But did you tell UNMIK that in fact the Enver Ajami, the first thing he asked you about was to start asking you about the piece of land? That was the very first thing, wasn't it? When he greeted you, you having been kidnapped.
That's right.
And did he, Enver Ajami, did he name the person to you he thought ought to have bought the land instead of Bayram Pruthi, sorry? Did he say who he thought should have bought the land, not Bayram Pruthi, but somebody else?
They didn't have the money to buy the land, meaning the Ajami family. Then they took money from Samir Uneva, who then instructed them to go throw the money and go away. So you can't just throw the money like that and leave. So Enver was selling clothes, and he had a shop, Enver Ajami, in Kaçanik.
Thank you, sir. But
Faleminderit.
did Enver
Thank you.
explain to you, Mr. Witness, who he thought ought to be the owner of the land? For example, was it his brother he thought ought to be the owner?
No, these are lies. Bayram Bruti bought it. For 3 years the land was on sale. Nobody had the money to buy it. Bayram Bruti bought it, paid the money, and transferred the documentation. Whereas Enveri went into his house with 6 people. I think this is written in some document. I don't know how to present this to you. He left the money inside and left. This is what happened. No, people, no, even the worst kind wouldn't do this. What Enver Ajani did.
What did he do? Can you just spell it out? What he did in that property dispute? What did he do?
I'm telling you, everybody in Kaçanik knows this, and everybody is listening to it. Samir Uneva from Kaçanik, he has a gas station in Kaçanik, and he had that before and after the war. He gave the money to him and told him, go throw the money inside his house and just leave, which they did. And there were witnesses, Albanian witnesses, who came to reconcile us, and they were sent away by Enver. He didn't want to take his money back. I'm not inventing this. I'm not making this up.
What you're saying, as I understand it, is that Enver Ajami himself did not have the money, or that his family did not have the money to buy the land. Is that right?
No, they didn't have the money. Otherwise, they would have bought it immediately. They wouldn't have waited that long. We know this.
As far as you're concerned, Bayram Pruthi actually became the legal owner of the land. Is that right?
That's right. He bought it.
Buy it for 24,000 German Deutschmarks.
He bought it, yes. 24,000 Deutschmarks. Paid cash, and they signed the documents.
Thank you, sir. And can you help the court, please, as to when it was that Bayram Pruthi bought the land for 24,000 Deutschmarks?
This was almost 30 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was a long time ago.
You've explained that the land dispute, I'll call it, or land problem. At one stage you said it's caused trouble for you for 2 years. At another time I think you said 11 years. So it's been a problem for many years. Can we agree on that?
Okay.
Yes, Enver Ajami used the land to graze his cattle for 2 years without having permission to do so.
Let me focus now on the land deal itself, okay, the land dispute. So topic number 1, if I may. Whereabout was the land? Can we start with basics? Where was the land?
The land is in on the top of my village, Lanisht.
I may be completely wrong, but are there two Lanishts? There's Lanish Kachnik and another Lanisht, is that right?
Yeah.
No. There is, I've heard of a Lanisht in the area of Stime or somewhere, but we have nothing to do with that. We're far from that area, in Kachanik.
Right, so the land was in Lanisht in Kachnik, near Kachnik. Now, as I understand it, it was about seven acres of...
Yes.
Is that right?
I don't know if it's 7 or 17, I don't know. They used this land, and Abbas Brudi, they should know the service.
What the land was used for? Was it farming land or residential land, for example?
That land was had never been cultivated. It was meadow a little bit, but there were a lot of thorns and trees and stones and not arable. 2 years later, Abbas, the son of Bayram Brudi, started cultivating it because we had discussions and negotiations with the idea of returning the money to Enver Ajami, and we did this through the structures of the LDK, but Enver Ajami wouldn't accept this, and then he violently used the land for his cattle.
The money of 24,000 euros, sorry, 24,000 Deutschmarks, forgive me, that money, where did it come from? Whose money was it?
I told Bayram Brudi bought this land, sold to him by Sazim Idrisi. They signed a contract, so Bayram Brudi became the owner of the land. But him, Ajami, took the money from Samir Uneva, went in the middle of the night to his house, the seller's house, and threw the money in. And then Shazim Idrisi didn't return the money to Enver Ajami. We went to the LDK, we had a meeting at the retirees' coffee shop, and they almost fought there, people from Kachanik, from the LDK.
Was originally owned by somebody called, is this right, Kazim Idrisi, is that right?
Yes, he's the seller of the land.
Who is he, Kazim Idrisi, to you? Was he your cousin? Either blood cousin or another type of cousin?
Shazim Idris is a cousin, he's my neighbor. He also lives in Pristina, but he has a summer house in the village. His maternal uncle has a house there, but Enver took both houses after the war violently. He did not file a complaint, he did not sue Bayram Brudi, but he said, oh, I found Arkan's number on Agim, and then took the land, just as a retaliation measure.
A retaliation for what, not being the legal owner? Did you understand somebody became the legal owner even in these times of that land?
Can you please ask the question again?
I think you've told us Bayram Pruthi became the owner of the land, is that right?
That's right.
Did it happen in your area, or did it happen in Belgrade through lawyers? Or maybe you don't know.
The papers were prepared and done at the municipality offices. Municipal office. Byron Bruton then took the documents to Belgrade to complete them. I don't know. They know.
So the land was registered to Byron Pruthi locally. Was that in the municipality of Kachanik?
That's right.
So what was Enver Ajami's reaction to the fact that Byron Pruthi, in fact, was buying and bought the land?
Now I'll explain. We had a meeting with Fadil Bainisa and another person in Kachanik who were from the LDK. We had this meeting at the retirees' coffee shop in Kachanik. And Vera Jami had the meeting with Fadil Bainisa and us. They never came to an agreement. They never found an agreement about the land, and they almost fought. And they threatened us, and they said, "We have the police today present. You just go and report this to the police." So he took the money, and Verajami took the money after Fadil Bainisa and Fadil Shehu spoke in Serbian.
You say Enver Ajami took the money. Which money are you referring to, sir?
His own money that he threw to Chazim Idris's house together with six of his cousins when he went into his house.
In fact, that Enver Ajami actually tried to, as it were, change the course of the sale of the land. Did he try to buy it for himself after it had been sold?
Yes, because Abbas Bruti, the son of Bayram Bruti, and Chazim Idrisi went to a judge and discussed this matter. And Abbas Bruti had bought a house in Kachanik, so he explained the whole story to the judge, and who solved the problem. He said the person who is the legitimate buyer of the land will enjoy rights over it.
Was that land valuable to farmers or people in the area? If so, why?
That land was abandoned, hadn't been arable for years and years. It was just arable. He then, Byron Bruti took care of it and transformed it in a meadow.
You're a man, if I may say, of the land, being a woodcutter and supplier of wood. So you understand very well the importance of land to people. The importance of that land was known very well in the area, was it not? It was known to the people.
Yes.
Right. Now, just to introduce some of the personalities that we're discussing here, you've told us that Shazim, if my pronunciation is correct, Idrisi was your neighbour. Was that in Lanish?
Yes, that's right.
Yes?
Yes.
Known Shazim Idrisi for?
I've known Chazim Idrisi as a kid. I mean, he's my neighbor. He lives next to my house.
surname, are you blood relatives or not?
Yes, yes. Same family name and same bloodline. He has only one brother, one son, 3 daughters, so the Ajami family pressured him. He had lost his brothers earlier. He only has 2 sisters, meaning Chazimizuizi.
Ask you this, as far as Enver Ajami is concerned, how long have you known him as a person in the area? How long have you known Enver Ajami and his family? Approximately.
Enver Ajami is a neighbor. I grew up with him. We were school together. We went to school together. But he's always been a troublemaker.
Right. And now, is it fair to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is it fair to say that you've explained how he, Enver Ajami, had you kidnapped, assaulted, and detained? Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say you've had a number of, not just the land deal, which was the main problem, but you've had a number of personal or private issues with the Ajami family?
This is a very good question because people in Kashmir need to know this. And Vera Ajami says that I was a spy for Salih Bruti. I've never spoken to Salih Bruti. He was a commander in Kachanik. I was in the forest, and so was the Suroi that got injured. There were some wood cut there. I thought it belonged to the government, so I loaded them in my truck. The next day he came to my house. He said, "Why did you steal my wood?" I said, "I didn't know it was yours, but I'll pay for it." And we agreed on that. When I went to my fields later with my...
Can I ask you, sir, please, if you wouldn't mind, just for the sake of the transcribers, to slow down a bit, all right? Is it right, just to summarize some of the personal, private problems you had with the Ajamis, he's accused you of, stealing his wood? Is that right?
Right.
Is it also right that you've accused him of stealing your cow?
Yes, everybody in Kachanik knows that Sul Ajami and Hussein Ajami stole my cow and my wheel. The youngest one, the Hasbi, the brother of Sul, the younger one, is a police officer in Pristina. They would just... Cows would disappear without leaving any traces, and they stole my cow and my wheel. I never reported this to the police.
Sir, but is it fair to say also, for example, that your Enver Ajami's cousins have been assaulting one of your brothers for a long time, for years? Is that right?
Yes.
Indeed, is it right to say that before the war, even before the war started, the Ajamis, wanted to abduct you? And you've said that to the investigators, correct?
That's correct. This is how it was. When they beat my brother, they took their sons to Macedonia and found them and sheltered them there. They didn't imprison them. This is how it happens.
From the police?
Yes, when they beat my brother, they did this secretly, quickly, and then they were taken to Macedonia to avoid being arrested.
What's the name of your brother that was beaten by the Ajami family? What's the name of your brother?
Adil.
Was it Adil?
Adil.
Adil,
Is he a younger or older brother, sir?
Maibog.
younger.
And did Enver Ajami also want to kidnap your younger brother Adil? Is that correct?
Oh, at not.
Yes. If he had been in the house, his intention was to kidnap him as well.
Yes, sir. No. Can I have on the screen, please, another document that might help you? Can we have, please, Court Officer Exhibit P346 on the screen for your assistance, sir? That it's exhibit number reference in English, SBO E 00091113 to 00091130 at page SPO E 00091124 in the transcript. And so we're dealing with the transcript of the 2nd of November 2004. You might remember you gave evidence back then, didn't you, sir? In 2004, you gave evidence as a witness, yes?
Oh,
Yes.
You can have that on the screen. And the Albanian reference is SPOE 00091131 to 00091148 at page 12, which is SPO E 00091142. And do you have that in front of you side by side, I hope, if it's possible to do that, in the Albanian so you can read it? Do you have that, sir? I'm going to read, if I may, not the Albanian, but I'll read the English, all right? But if you could please look at the screen and see whether the following is written there, and it's evidence you've given. So, did you testify that Kadrim Idrisi kept the money, yes, it's, Your Honor, I think it's about 6 lines down from the top, page 3 on the right. Thank you. Did you testify that Shazim Idrisi kept the money in his pocket for 2 years? The money was Enver Ajami and Bayram Pruthi's money. I don't know the reason why he kept it. Is that something that you testified about?
You mentioned Kadri Idrisi, something related to Kadri Idrisi.
Sir, did you testify that Shazim Idrisi kept the money in his pocket for 2 years? The money was Enver Ajami's and Bayram.
I see.
Why he kept it? Is that what you said?
I told you, and I'm telling again, the money was given to him violent against his will. And Berajami, with his 6 cousins, then 3 people from Pristina came and reconciled them. When they went to Macedonia, the Albanians had burned a person there. That's brutal they were. They said, you need to reconcile. You can't have war going on between you. And Ver Ajami insulted that Enver Piraka there. He promised that he will know me, my name, when the war is over. He meant Enver Ajami. Shazim Idrisi has only 1 brother, whereas the others have 6 or 7 brothers, so large families. Such Shazim Idrisi couldn't do anything about it, and this is why he was left with the money in his pocket.
So, was this an attempt, in your view, for Enver Ajami to actually try and force the sale back to him or his brother? Is that right?
Ja, toka kutsita.
Now, once the land, the car, the house are sold, everybody knows this. When you draft a contract, sign it, give the money away, it's done. It becomes yours.
I appreciate most people know that, but did Enver Ajami accept that the sale had happened?
Oh, Jo, Enver Ajami.
No, and Ajami became important there, and then he said things will be done as I say. Why doesn't the KLA condemn him?
Are you saying that, to summarize, by one way or another, he was going to get that land at some stage in the future? Is that right?
Yes, and now they took it. Beating our sons, they beat my uncle, paternal uncle, son broke his arm. They beat my brother's son. He was covered in blood. They hid the police documents. Do you want to see photographs?
As it is, but if the judges want to see photos, then of course that can be done. Thank you.
If you want to see the photographs, what they did to a young man, how they damaged him, the police did nothing.
Well, briefly then, how badly damaged was he?
After the war, they beat him. There were 6 people with wooden sticks and hit him very badly. And he was barely saved, covered in blood, skull fractures and everything.
Thank you for telling us that. I said I had 3 topics. I think we've dealt with topic 3 already, so I'm going to move on to topic 2, which is how, sir, this land dispute affected you personally. All right? So is it fair to say that during the trial in 2003 and 4, that you said to the court, I think it was a district court in Pristina, that you were in trouble because of the land? Is that right? You told the court that?
Yes, that's right.
Have it on the screen so it helps you and maybe helps the judges. Can we have exhibit 342, please, court officer, on screen? That's exhibit number 342, P342. The English reference is, forgive me, I have the English reference is SPOE 000-897-23-2000-89766 at page SPOE 000-89757 in the English, and in Albanian references SPOE 000-89767 to 000-89814 at page 38, which is in the Albanian SPOE 000-89804. And do you have that, sir? See if we've got it in front of us. Do you have the Albanian on the left? Do you see that? And hopefully on the right, we can see the English. May I ask you, do you read English or not? I'm not
No, I don't.
I don't read Albanian, so we're equal there. Well, looking at the screen, do you see a passage in English? I think it's about 4 lines down from the top of the page on the right hand of the screen, Your Honours, where it says, did you say this to the court? We were in, I did not, sorry, no, I'll start actually, if I may, on the passage before that and come back. The middle of the page, did you say, we were, it's the middle of the page, maybe around the middle in the Albanian, we were in trouble for 2 years because of the land. I'm telling the story how it was, and we were in trouble for 2 years. Does it say that in the Albanian? Yes? Now, may I ask you, what
It's clear.
when you said you were in trouble, how did you mean by that? What did you mean?
We had problems. As I said, they were a big family, whereas Chazim Idrisi only had a son and 3 daughters. He could not take the money back to Enver. He did, but Enver refused to take the money back.
I see. And how we've heard about the problem with, obviously, Chazim Idrisi, your neighbor, your cousin maybe, but how did it affect you yourself personally?
He is messing me up with Arkan, that we will take the 7 cars, drag them from Lanish to Kachanik. Habib Koka made up all these things, and everything originated from his deeds. He worked with the Serbian police and put my name there. They say that everybody is cursing, but not everybody is cursing. Only half of the people are cursing.
Fair to say the problem that you had with Enver Ajami particularly was about the lies that he was telling against you. Is that right?
Can't you see? He is accusing me of this land. He never removed Arkan from his mouth, and everybody knows that there was no Arkan in Kachanik. That he said that Agim worked as a policeman, as a forest ranger, and this is not true. My name was never registered there. He made things up, and everybody in Kachanik knows this, and nobody speaks to him anymore. My friends told me this because he caused damage to many people. He caused damage to the KLA. He's a bad man. They should have killed me before the war and not meddle the army, put the name of the army in the middle of this.
Just to pause there, sorry. In terms of the KLA, is it right to say after the war you explained that KLA themselves as an institution, they discharged Enver Ajami from the KLA? Is that right? He was booted out.
Yes, I heard it from friends. Nobody speaks to him anymore. He caused a lot of damage. Can't you see that?
Another passage, please, on the same page. So if you would kindly look at the screen in the Albanian, I'll invite the judge's attention to further up I think 4 lines from the top of the page on the right-hand side. In English it reads, I'll read it out. I did not, this is you saying this, I did not have anything against Kele or the other Albanians. I only had problems with these people, and then it was a private issue and not an issue of state. Now, does it say that? Did you say that?
That's correct. That's correct. It is true.
What did you mean by that? It's a private issue and not an issue of state. So it may be obvious, but I have to ask the questions.
I will make it clear to you. They should have come out and kill them on their personal behalf, not on behalf of the KLA, because when he arrested me, he said, now you have to deal with the KLA. I didn't get that.
So it's the third topic. I'll deal with it now, though, straight away. It's right to say you made it clear this was not a KLA matter. You told the prosecution that, didn't you?
Ja. Ja, no.
No, it wasn't.
So I think you're agreeing with me, it was not a KLA matter.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Let's move on. That's been answered.
Well, yes, thank you. I think it's clear. So it's right to say...
Thank you. Thank you. You asked a proper question.
You're too kind. No, it's right to say that even in 2020, witness, when you were asked questions by the prosecution, is it correct that you were asked about effectively the same matters and you gave essentially the same account to the prosecution about the land dispute when you came to The Hague? You told them that? Right.
Yes, this is clear, and that's why I'm here. This is the reason I'm here.
Remind you of what you said there. Can we go to your SBO interview? It's exhibit number in the English P37.2 and in the Albanian, 370.2 in the Albanian P370.2. And for the English reference number of the page is page 9 of the interview. That's ERN 071922 TRET Part 2 in English. Albanian reference is for page 10 071922 TRAT Part 2 revised RED page 10. So let's see if we have that now in front of you, sir. Right. Thank you very much, court officer. So do you have the Albanian on the left of your screen, correct? And we're looking at the English on the right. And did you... Perhaps we can scroll down a bit, please, on the right on the English. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm looking at in English, just for the judge's assistance. Is it right to say, and you said to the prosecution, and everybody knew that it was the issue of the land that was the issue involving me and nothing else? Now, did you say that in Albanian as well? Or did you say that?
Yes. The land was the reason.
Though it may be obvious, when you said, and nothing else, everybody knew it was the issue of land that was the issue involving me and nothing else. What did you mean, sir, by the words, and nothing else?
I was in
Kaçanik after the war. I don't remember the dates. I forget dates. I stayed locked in my house for 3 years. Nobody knew that I was there. Only some family members and relatives knew, my sister, my brother. I was isolated because of him, because he was saying that the KLA was looking for Hakim Idrisi. He caused me a great damage. He destroyed my life. He destroyed my family.
Sir, in terms of the trouble this caused, I think you've told us that there were attempts to resolve the problem. Is that right? So let me move on.
I told you 2 Albanians from Kaçanik came. We had a meeting. They could not give the money back to Enver Ajami. Those from Pristina too said we should not kill each other. They had put a 3-year-old child on fire with petrol, and they used those people. As I said, they went to Hakim Idrisi's house, just threw the money there and went away. These are terrible things.
So I think you mentioned was there one particular person who tried to resolve matters, albeit he failed? And he was a respected doctor called Mohammed Piraku. Is that right? Did he try and help?
He came with two Albanians. I don't know their names, but they were of high position. He introduced himself. He said, I am Dr. Mohammed Piraki. Once Kosovo wins, they will know who Enver Ajami is. I could not go to Kaçanik to police to report against Albanians.
Yes. And you've also mentioned the name of an individual called Habib Koka. Was he acting as some kind of intermediary in this land problem between the different parties? What's your take on that?
No. He ate up a freezer filled with meat. They bought him a red Niva, and he spoke with the Ajami family up until 4 o'clock in the morning. I uncovered all this, and that's why I'm here. You know what they could have done to Bayram Bruti, Habib Koka? I know all these things. That's why I'm here. Bayram Bruti was reported that he was carrying weapons with a brother. And that was done by Habib Koka.
False allegation, as far as you're concerned.
Yes, it was false allegation because Bayram Bruti comes from a family well known in Kaçanik, a family that did nothing bad to anybody. They are working people.
Returning to you yourself, if I may, sir, did you yourself indeed try to resolve this matter by speaking to a judge about the land dispute? Did you try and speak to a judge?
I was once in Ferisai. I went by accident with an Albanian who is deceased now, and I just told him that we had a dispute just as things were, and he said, let's the person who sold and the buyer of the land come here to Pristina. I told them, they went to Pristina, they finished what they had to be done. And then that's when Enver Ajami withdrew from the land. But then he put me in a very bad league with Arkan. He never ceases to talk about Arkan.
Just focusing on the judge for a moment, if I may, did that particular person advise you or others about actually returning the money for the sale to the Ajamis?
No, he just said, let's Chazi Midrizi and Abbas Bruti come to Pristina. I will talk to them, discuss how the land was sold, how it was bought, and they recounted this themselves. I wasn't there. He rang Habib Koka. He spent the night before with the Ajami. And then when Enver the next day saw the money in his own house, he lost his mind. He didn't want to take the money back. Habib, together with Enver, should be put in prison because they messed all these things up. There was no need for me to come here to have to deal with courts when I myself did not sell anything.
Say you explained the matter to the judge, and did you tell the judge it might become a police matter, this land dispute? did you mention it could become a police matter, or did the judge say that?
We didn't report them to the police because we knew that the consequences would be bad. We referred them to Habib Hoka. We thought that would be better, but he did not resolve the problem, and that's why they had to go to court. Chazim Idrisi resolved this problem. Not me, but they put me on this list because they didn't like me.
Concerned, whatever the views of the Serbian commander may have been, did you think that the Jamis may face jail, going to jail because of this?
Whoever who works as a policeman, judge here or there, would say that this thing should be brought to court. These people were not arrested. He did, in the end, take the money. If he refused to, he would have gone to court.
And who are you referring to, please?
24,000 Deutschmarks. Chazim Idrisi sold his land to Bayram Bruti, whereas Enver is a person who threatens continuously Chazim Idrisi, the one who threw the money in his house in the middle of the night and ran away. And that's why I'm here speaking publicly, because I want to tell this story so that everybody knows it.
Police had become involved, that would have escalated the whole matter to a different level, would it not?
At the time, the police we had, everybody knows, would beat them up. Why did you go to this person's house in the middle of the night? Why did you throw the money? So at that time, the police would beat them up. You buy land out of your own will. You cannot just go to somebody who doesn't have any support, who just has a son and 3 daughters. Now they have destroyed his house, the roof of the house. Why were Bayram Bruti and Agim Idrisi not taken to court? He didn't dare to go to court because he knew that he would be imprisoned immediately, and that's why I'm here. I waited for him to take me to court, but he didn't.
If I may say to you, I'm nearly finished, Mr. Witness, and hopefully slightly within time.
Go ahead, because you made some really good questions.
Nevertheless, I'll finish, if I may, very shortly by asking you this. Is it right to say that obviously the relationship between your family and the Enver Ajami family deteriorated primarily because of this land? It's obvious, isn't it?
Yes, it deteriorated, and they only did bad things. I have 4 reports with the Serbian police. I was once hanging, and there was this Albanian who came and saved me. This is what happened.
The incident didn't just affect you personally, but that the whole village was angry at one another because of the land problem. Is that right? Because yes, is that correct?
As I said, after the war, he broke the arm of one of my cousins. He took away 2 houses, lands, And he told the police in Kachanik, don't come to get me because I'm the one who liberated the police station in Kachanik. And the police could not do anything. They just laughed, and the victim just left him with everything, with the land, with the house, and moved away.
Gone over these materials at least 3 or 4 times.
Your point's taken, I agree. And so, if I may, I'm about to finish, hopefully, within my allotted time. I have 2 minutes, and then I think I see the clock.
But if let's get to some new information rather than the same information over again.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Your Honour. So, just to finish, I told you I had 3 topics. I think we've dealt with the third one. Yes, I'd like to, forgive me.
So,
well, just to make something very clear, if I may, please, in relation to topic 3. Yes. Can we have on the screen, please, right. Yes. Yeah, I don't think we have an exhibit number, Your Honour, so I'll give the ERN, if I may. The ERN in English is in relation to the fact that you've told the prosecution they were not involved. So can we go to exhibit number ERN SITF 004 29466. Albanian reference I have is SITF 004 29464 to SITF 004 29493 at page SITF 004 294 616 or page 3. I hope that's right citation. Oh, yes. And I've got the full ERN for the English one, thank you, is ERN SITF 004 29430 to page 004 29493 at page SITF 004 29430, and it's multi-language, I think. Thank you. See, we have that on the screen. And I'm now asking you about various statements you gave or notes you gave to the UNMIC personnel, Mr. Witness.
oh,
Right? That's the front page. And then can we go into the document itself to the page in question, which is the one ending 466 in the English and ending 464 in the Albanian, I believe, or 616 rather. Yes. So we have the right page in the English. And can we scroll down a bit, please? Do you see you mentioned 6? Yes. I understand it's the same reference in Albanian as well. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And do you see there, sir, in the Albanian, in fact, that you mentioned there were 16 issues or 16 questions that were relevant, and just after that, did you then make it clear, and did you say to the INMIC, the KLA didn't know that Enver arrested me in the middle of the night to interrogate me? Did you say that to them? Or,
Oh,
right.
Yes.
They did not know.
po është e vërtetë se ky kishik
That's true because he had escaped from the KLA and come down there. They were not aware what was going on. He came to me because he wanted to liquidate me and lose all traces of me.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Witness. It's very helpful. I have no other questions. Thank you.
faleminderit edhe për juve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, we will take the morning break now. We'll be back at 11:30. Witness, we will take a break for a half hour, and then you'll come back to the courtroom for more testimony. Madam Usher, you may escort the witness out.
Ko farbem kur dëni vesh terne, unë jam i
Thank you, no problem. Whenever you want, you can call me. I'm ready.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. If we could hear your submissions on the video link.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Mistich has been dealing with this, so if I can
Okay.
give the floor to him.
Yes, Mr. President, we do intend to object. I don't know if you want to hear argument now or a written submission.
If we're going to make written submissions, they probably should be filed by Thursday.
That's fine. We can do that.
Does that suit everybody's timetable?
Yes, we will have no submission to make on this one way or
Okay.
the other.
We will be opposing it, and we will write a joint submission. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Ellis, Mr. Ellis, can you comply on Thursday as well?
We can, Your Honor, if
All
if
right.
we
Or,
intend to
I mean,
file
if you
anything.
intend to resist, yeah.
And just to confirm that that is a worthwhile exercise, I confirm that we do still intend to.
Yeah, we'll have that on Thursday. We'll make a ruling before Monday. So thank you very much. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness back in. Oh, that's right. I've been reminded to remind you all, Thursday, we only have 2 sessions, the first 2 sessions, off on the 3rd session. All right, witness, you may be seated.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
We are ready to proceed. Mr. Mistich from the Thaçi defense will be asking you questions first.
Fornone.
I'm listening.
Good morning, witness. As the President said,
Mjerita.
Good morning.
I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I just have a few questions for you this morning. So before we get to the substance
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
of your testimony, I did want to clarify a background issue with you. And if we could please put on the screen Exhibit P368, at page SPOE 000917734. And the Albanian version is P368AT1 at SPOE 00091761 to 62. And witness, this is a transcript of your testimony before the district court in 2004, and I just wanted to clarify something with you.
I'm listening.
That's on the screen in Albanian at the bottom, I believe. Yes. So you were asked some questions by the presiding judge there, and I just want to read them out and ask if it's still correct. The presiding judge asked you, when you studied in schools in Kosovo, did you learn Serbian? Your answer was yes. The presiding judge asked you, do you know how to read and write in Serbian? Your answer was yes. The presiding judge asked you, did you learn how to read and write in Albanian? Your answer was yes, we learned to read and write in Albanian. The presiding judge asked you, you can read and write in both Albanian and Serbian, is that correct? Your answer was, I can read and I know the letters, so it is easy for me to speak and read, but it is harder to write. The presiding judge asked you, you can speak and read both languages. You again said yes. Do you recall giving that evidence to the district court?
Look, when we learned Serbian, I remember a teacher would come not that frequently. He stayed not for a long time because of the situation as it deteriorated. So we stopped learning Serbian and we started learning English.
That in response to questions from the presiding judge in the case in 2004.
Yes, but we did not learn a lot Serbian.
You were asked this morning by the prosecutor whether you can read Serbian. Your answer was no. And I'm wondering if you can reconcile your...
I don't really know the letters.
Your answers in the district court that you can read and write in both Albanian and Serbian. You said it multiple times, and this morning you said you can't read Serbian. How are we to understand your testimony?
No, I don't know Serbian well. I can't write it well. I don't understand all the letters.
Testimony is that after your release, you spent some time in the house of Boban Krstić. Is that correct?
Oh.
That's right.
Did you speak?
He speaks well, good Albanian.
Albanian as well?
No, he speaks only Albanian.
So Boban Krstić is what ethnicity?
He's Serb, but he spent a lot of time with Albanians. He spent time, worked with Albanian police officers and learned the language. They spent time together.
He's Albanian. He's a Serb that doesn't speak Serbian?
He does. He speaks Albanian more with Albanians because he doesn't speak Albanian with the Serbs.
Let me show you the documents you were shown this morning by the prosecutor, and this is Exhibit SPOE 000-93211 to 000-93212. Now, you told the prosecutor that the first time you ever saw this document was last week when you met with the prosecution, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
It's fair to say that no one mentioned this particular list to you while you were detained in Bob and the subsequent villages, correct?
listen,
The list of the detainees, right?
Mentioned that list to you.
at least
This list was read by Enver Ajami. He read some Albanian names on the list. That's where I heard about it. I never heard it before. He read those names.
We'll get to the names and whether the names you say were read out are the same names as the names on the list. But no one told you, for example, let me change the question. No one accused you at the time of working for local security, correct?
yeah.
Correct.
And let me show.
Superman.
My name was not mentioned.
Let me show you another document you were shown by the prosecution. This is IT 0587 6D 00484E. And the same in the Serbian, without the E. If we could turn the page in the Serbian version just so it has Latin script for the witness. Yes. So, witness, you were asked some questions about this document as well, and this is another document that you saw for the first time last week when it was shown to you by the prosecution. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mentioned such a document to you when you were detained in 1999, correct?
Correct.
Yunus Shurdani is, you discuss him in your statement, correct?
Yunus Shurdani. I know him very well, as I know myself, because I grew up there. He was a young man.
Are you aware that Yunus Shurdani has said that these lists were not discovered by the KLA until after NATO entered Kosovo?
Your Honor, perhaps counsel could provide me with a reference where that witness says that. Thank you.
Sure, I can put it on the screen in private session if necessary. This is at 074301 TRET Part 10, redacted, page 11, lines 21 to page 12, line 5. Answer, after the war, I found this list at the archive of the police station in Kaçanik. Question, do you recall whether any such documents or any such information about Albanians working with the Serbs were ever unearthed or discovered during the war? Answer, no.
And, Your Honor, just a matter of precision, if it could be clarified to the witness, this is not information provided by Yunus Shurdani, it's provided by somebody else. Perhaps counsel has a confusion of codes there, just not the same way.
Just 1 second, please. While we look for that, let me take you to the district court's conclusion about these lists. And this is 032228 to 032286 at 032278 Have you read the judgment of the court in the case you testified in 2003 and 4?
I have.
Then, if we could, read the relevant portion. Towards the bottom of the page, the paragraph that begins, "The defense has submitted 2 lists purporting to identify members of the local police. One is an alleged payroll record, and the other purports to be a list of members of the local police. As argued by the prosecutor, if the KLA had information or was in possession of lists."
Yes, Your Honor, I do understand that counsel is in the middle of asking a question, but we object to this information being put to the witness. I can make further submissions and the witness is absent, but I don't see the value or relevance of putting conclusions from one court about certain documents, which this court is going to have to make conclusions of its own about.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on mic. Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me continue, witness, what the court ruled about these lists. As argued by the prosecutor, if the KLA had information or was in possession of lists at that time and used them as the basis to suspect that the detainees were local police or were engaged in activities hostile to the KLA, they would surely have confronted the detainees with these allegations. Again, as argued by the prosecutor, Yenus Shurdani, who conducted interviews with the detainees while they were in Ivaya, testified that he had no information as to why the detainees were kept there. In any event, no claim was made that these lists were used by the KLA as a basis for the detentions. And then the court concludes, thus, even if these lists are accurate and reliable, they fail to establish that they formed the basis upon which the detainees were arrested and held in captivity. Now, witness, you said you read the judgment. Did you read that portion? Do you recall reading that portion?
I did, but with respect to Yunus Shordani, he interrogated detainees in the prison where I was kept, and he released some of those individuals. He released 10 of them. I don't know where he took them. 5 were kept detained.
Do you disagree with anything that the court concluded there, as I read it to you?
Your Honor, I object again on a different matter, but whether the witness disagrees or not with what the court concluded is not relevant.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you specifically. It says, no claim was made that these lists were used by the KLA as a basis for the detentions. The 2 lists that you were shown by the prosecution, you have no reason to believe that those lists were used during your detention, correct?
I don't know anything about these lists or who drafted them. Was it the KLA or somebody else? What I know, I can speak for myself. I was not on those lists.
Mr. President, I don't believe this portion of the judgment is in evidence, and I would tender this portion of the judgment in evidence.
We object on the basis of relevance, Your Honor. Your Honors have already ruled about the utility or lack thereof of admitting portions of judgments into evidence. Should the defense counsel want to submit, for example, adjudicated facts, that is obviously something that is open to them. The portion counsel put to the witness on the record is captured in our record.
Mark it for identification. I'll rule on it later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, that will be assigned 1D46 marked for identification.
Now, you've already answered my question about whether the people that detained you accused you of working for local security. They also never accused you of being a friend of Serbian security forces, correct?
I told you they accused me that I was a policeman, that I was a forest ranger, but these are all lies. Everybody in Kaçanik knows that I was neither a policeman nor a forest ranger. It's out of question. It's not. It doesn't suffice for people to just say things. They need to back it up with arguments, with proof.
Accused you of being a friend of the Serb army, correct?
Yeah.
Accused
Correct.
you of being a collaborator or traitor, correct?
This is the reason I am here for in relation to these collaborator matters and stuff. I can't stand this. Whoever has information, let them bring them up. Where was I a policeman? Who did I put in prison? People should not do these kind of things. I heard these rumors, and this is the reason why I'm here.
Talking about the period of time when you were in detention, and let me show you Exhibit P370.4, both in the English and the Albanian. And this is at page 6, lines 8 to 13 in the English, and it's part 4, page 6, lines 8 to 13 in the English, and part 4, page 7, line 24 to page 8, line 12 in the Albanian. So you're asked the question by the prosecution, and to your knowledge, has anyone ever told you or accused you of being a collaborator or a traitor using those words or words similar to them? Your answer is no. No, but the Ajami family is linked with Habib Koka, and they have all stitched up this story together. Do you recall giving that answer to the prosecution?
This is true, and this is how I stated it. This information came out of Habib Koka and the family of Enver Ajami. I know this very well. I know how my name came up or ended up on that list.
And do you recall telling the prosecution that Yunus Shurdani never referred to any list?
Yunus Shurdani interrogated the detainees in Ivaya. He knows very well who they were, and he knows who brought the list to him.
In Exhibit P370.3, Part 3, page 7, lines 15 to 21 in English, and Part 3, page 8, lines 4 to 16 in the Albanian. And there, the question is, so you were, yes, okay, so I want to get back to the list. Did you see the list at Yunus, or you only saw the list at Enver? Answer, so it was Enver who read the names on the list. He would mention the 7, number 7, the prison 7, but not Yunus. I haven't seen the list on Yunus. But did Yunus refer at any time to a list? Your answer was no. I just asked Yunus if you could release Bashkim Loki because he was working with me in the supply of wood. Do you recall giving that answer to the prosecution?
Yes, I do. I gave this statement. And I had him released, and he's alive today.
Okay. Let's discuss the list some more. You've testified that Enver Ajami read out a list to you of names during his questioning, correct?
Exakt.
That's correct.
Came from?
Prebi Pukas.
From the Big Koka,
Habib Kuka.
Abib Koka.
Do you remember if Enver Ajami read your name from that list?
Papa, Kristina.
Yes, he had included my name in there.
You remember other names from that list, correct?
چطور شکم کن برد پاعت.
Those who were detained, yes. The others, I think there were another 3, I can't remember, in Ivai.
You recall the names now?
There was a man by the name of Reg, I don't know his family name, Reg. Another guy, Saif, old dude. And another one whose name I don't recall. But I can tell you the names of those who were detained with me because we spent time together.
Let me show you what you said, the names you provided in the district court, and this is Exhibit P367 at page SPOE 000-91676 in the English, and SPOE 000-91699 in the Albanian. If you look in the Albanian, sir, in the middle of the page where it says Agi Midrizi, when Enver Ajami questioned me, do you see that?
Yes, and that's correct, that Enver Ajami questioned me.
Paragraph, there are a series of names you provided the court as having been on the list. And I'll read it to you. It says, when Enver Ajami questioned me, they read out the list containing the names of those Albanians they intended to abduct, and I shall provide the court with the names. Islam Dranoglava, Ismail Lela. About
Yes.
him they were telling he used to socialize with Arkan, we had better abduct him.
Yes, that's correct. This is what Enver Ajami said.
About him that 20 years ago he was socializing with Arkan while in Belgium. Halit Loki, Ismet Stagova.
Yes, yes.
Heset, Afet Rechalari, Mahmoud Darishti.
Afet.
Chamil Dardishta, Osman Kuka, Hazir.
Yes, yes.
Ilyas Yaha, Mirtazan Tusha. Those people who abducted us shot at the car while at Kula at Keshmes, but he managed to leave. That person is alive at present. Yeton Chori, Bashkim Chalaki.
Yes.
Chalaki's brother. Chamush was a forest guard from Elijan. There was a guy, a veterinarian for the cows. His name was Hyson. There were another 4 persons in Lanishte.
Chamush, the forest guard.
They put Emin Ajami on the list because they wanted to abduct him as well. He was a postman at the school. They wanted to abduct him because he was the only one who did not leave his post.
Emina Jomi ka punu në gjimnas.
Emina Jami worked at the high school.
Okay. They also put Bekim Matluma on the list, Bekir Shurdani. Regarding this person, they were saying that he used to carry wood on trucks with Serbian soldiers in. In Đurđevdel, they also mention the name of Hajs.
Kështu të kenë Vera Gjomi.
This is what Ajami claimed.
As for Bob Fem Zanelli, these are the ones I remember. As for others, I don't know. Does that refresh your recollection of the names you said?
Opa.
Yes. He had these names on the list. I don't know the reason why he put these names on the list. He can explain. I did not put them on the list. I don't have any contacts with them. So I have nothing to do with that. If he knows what they did, how they did it, he is welcome to tell and to explain. He can make it public. And Vera Jami being.
Memorize these names as they were being read out? I mean, it's a long list of names, and you seem to have remembered a lot of them.
Allow me to ask a question in turn. He included my brother on the list, even Idris, who hadn't been in Kosovo for 40 years. Bayram Tusha had been a friend of his as kids in Kaçanik, and so he came from Belgium to Macedonia and then illegally crossed into Kosovo. And Vera Jami pretends that Agimik Drizi and Kadri Drizi slept for 7 days in Grand Hotel in Pristina with Arkan.
My question was, how is it that you remembered all these names? Were you trying to memorize the names as they were being read out, or?
I don't have to mention these names. They are not important to me. I only saw him reading these names. He had them in a book. My name was included in that list. So let him answer your question, because the time has come, everybody to come out and say publicly what happened. There's nothing to hide. My brother had not been in Kosovo for 40 years, and then they labeled him.
Let me go to the next question then. The names that you recalled for the court are not the same names that were on those security lists that were shown to you by the prosecution and that I showed you. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Look at the lists. If we could have SPOE 000932211 back on the screen, please. Okay, which are the names that are the same as the ones you told the court about?
The names of those who were detained with me, I can tell you those names. For the rest, they are of no interest to me. He can tell you those names, and he can get into dispute with his people because he was the one who provided these names.
We can go back and compare the names later. Let me turn to a different topic. This is your testimony about a newspaper article that was published after your release. Do you recall testifying that there was a newspaper article saying that the KLA was looking for you?
Enver Ejani wrote through Esad Raka's son, let him know in Kaçanik because he's following these proceedings. He put my name so that whoever saw my name could kill me. And he wrote about my wife that she was Arkan's daughter. People should punish him. I don't know how they could let him do this. What kind of soldier was he? My wife is Albanian.
I think we're talking about the same article. Do you recall when such an article was published in the newspaper?
The police took those newspapers back then in Kosovo, did not let me keep them. If you write something, you should write it accurately, not just like that. Okay, let's just put Agim Idrisi on the list and kill him. How can you say about my wife that she is Arkan's daughter?
Called the date or a year or a month of when such a newspaper article was published.
Baton was in Kosovo on a program. I'm not lying to you, the police took the newspaper. This newspaper article put my entire family in stress. People started thinking that I did something I didn't. Can you imagine? Agim's wife there appeared as Arkan's daughter. That's how it was written. Turks did not do such things. No nation in the world did such things.
Witness, let me ask you a third time. Let me rephrase the question. This newspaper article was published after you left Kosovo. Is that correct?
I was in Kosovo at the time. I was not abroad.
At page SPOE 0009162. And in Albanian, SPOE 0001695. Sorry, at SPOE 000911705. Now, let's get that.
Now I remembered about this article when it was written. May I tell you? This article was written when I escaped from these soldiers. He dispersed this article. Some from my family read it in Macedonia and informed me about it. This is accurate. They wrote another article, but at that time I was in Pristina, saying that my wife was Arkan's daughter.
I'm looking at your testimony in the district court, and your testimony was, when I went to see my family, when I left Kosovo, when the war had finished, they told me it was announced in the papers the KLA was looking for me. And when I went to look for shelter, no one would shelter me. It was true. It was announced in the media that any KLA soldier was looking for me. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Yes, that's how it was.
Was when you had left Kosovo and the war was over, correct?
Yes. Do you believe me? When I was in prison for falsified passport, somebody send the word. If you want to arrest Agim Idrisi, he will be released from prison tomorrow at this and that time, and you can come and arrest him in Macedonia, but they didn't come to arrest me in Macedonia. Do you know about this?
Get some basic facts just about this newspaper article. That's all I want to do. If you continue in the transcript that's on the screen, you're asked by the prosecutor, you mentioned in the newspapers, did you yourself see it in the newspaper at the time? Your answer was, a close relative from my family had cut it and told me. I was not interested which newspaper had written it and was not interested in taking the name, but will find it if I have to. Do you recall giving that evidence?
He didn't give me, maybe he was afraid because I wanted to have it. And this, what they wrote, is not okay. You see how many rifts it caused.
We're talking about the same article, so if we could please put on the screen SPOE 000-93174 to 0093175, please. Is this the article that you're referring to?
They didn't like it. My family didn't like it when they saw this article.
But is this the article you're talking about that your family saw and then told you about?
Yes, they told me that they had published this in the newspaper, that the KLA was looking for me. I don't know why the KLA was looking for me. They have to tell me. But Enver Ajami should be punished about this because he brought about all these troubles.
The KLA?
This is what he told me. He didn't give it to me for me to read it. Had he given me the article, I would have had it here in my pocket today.
Here doesn't mention your wife, does it? Or Arkan?
No, that's another one. The police in Pristina has that one. It's playing with open cards, as we say it back home. This is what the article said, that my wife was Arkan's daughter.
Shift to a different topic. You don't know what role your cousin had within the LDK, correct? Your cousin Hyson Idrisi?
I knew because he told me that they were looking into these matters, that when the time comes.
Ask you just some questions about the LDK now, not about what happened to you. So you had
all right.
Idrisi, who was in the LDK, is that correct?
Yes.
What role your cousin had within the LDK, correct?
He attended meetings there with the LDK.
What function he exercised in the LDK, correct?
That was of no interest to me. I was only interested in the forest. I did not want to get involved into anything. I just wanted peace, but they didn't want me to have that peace.
And you yourself were never interested in politics, correct?
Never. Not during the Yugoslav regime, not even now. I actually avoided the military service in the Yugoslav army. I caused big problems so that I could go home. 30 people from Kačanik went to do the military service. I didn't.
And while you were being detained, no one accused you of being a member of the LDK, correct?
They didn't. They just mentioned Arkan, the dispute, Agim beat somebody with the police. These sorts of things were said. This is what he said, and he should be held responsible for that. Let anybody who wants deal with him.
You're not aware of your cousin Haysen Idrizi ever experiencing problems with the KLA in 1998 or 1999, correct?
We kept guard at night during the war. They didn't give us weapons, and then I just left it off. Got prepared to go to Macedonia, but then Ajami came with his soldiers and took me.
Witness, I just asked whether you were aware if your cousin Haysen Idrizi ever had a problem with the KLA.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Witness, thank you very much for your time and for answering my questions. Mr. President.
Thank you.
The State of the Defense?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ellis, anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect?
Yes, hopefully under 5 minutes, Your Honor. Witness, earlier today, I'm referring to page 35 of the real-time transcript, you said, Enver Ajami says that I was a spy for Sali Bruti. I've never spoken to Sali Bruti. He was a commander in Kačanik. Witness, my question is as follows. When did Enver Ajami say you were a spy for Sali Bruti? Was that before or after your detention in March 99?
Thank you for your question. It's a proper question, and everybody in Kačanik will hear me, and I want to speak. Allow me to speak. This was when I was arrested by Enver's soldiers, his comrades in arms. They took me to Ivai, to prison, Enver Ajami, that is, to that old house that we saw there. Ajami interrogated me and said that Agim Idrizi was this person's spy. I wasn't a spy. As I said, I had that incident with the saw. I prepared that wood, which I thought belonged to the state, and took it with me. And he then came to the house, said, you stole my wood. And I said, okay, I'll pay it to you. Then he came to the field where I was and beat me up with a piece of wood. I was stronger than him and beat him back. He could not move for 3 months. Sali Bruti is listening maybe, and if he thinks that I was a spy, he can speak up. These are all lies. He was saying that I wanted to put him in prison. Sali Bruti is alive, and you can ask him. If he says that I was a spy, he can say that publicly.
Again, from earlier this morning, page 24 of the transcript for defense counsel and the court, you were asked in relation to Enver Ajami and his family, question, so as far as you were concerned, he was spreading a lot of lies and false information about you. Answer, everybody in Kaçanik knows that. Now, witness, my question is the following. While you were detained in March 99, did any KLA member involved in your detention try to verify if what you call Ajami's lies were true?
Can
you please repeat your question?
Certainly. You testified today that Enver Ajami spread certain lies about you. While you were in KLA detention in March 99, did any of the KLA members there try to figure out if what Ajami said about you was true or not?
Enver
Ajami read out the list. My name was on that list, and Enver Ajami was the main person who refused to release me. Yunus Shurdani did not interrogate me. Had he interrogated me, I would have been released. He is the reason why I'm here together with Koka. He is the one who made these allegations that I was a police, that I was a forest ranger. He messed everything up, and measures should be taken against him.
I'm going to ask a slightly different question based on what you just said. You talked about allegations you were a police and a forest ranger. While you were in KLA detention in Bab via Bechech Varosh, did any of the KLA members there show you any evidence that this was true or ask you if it was true or not, for example?
I will tell you clearly because the public opinion should know about this and all you hear. I remember they came after the war to my house, an Italian policeman with an interpreter.
Question, which is, I'll repeat it one more time. While you were in KLA detention, did any of the KLA members there show you any evidence that the allegations Enver Ajami made about you were true or not?
Yunus Shurdani wanted to interrogate it, but he could not because of Enver Ajami. This is true. Shurdani told me, if I interrogate you, I should release you. They had found an equipment behind the door, that was all, and he said, if I interrogate you, I have to release you because they found nothing in your house. This is clear.
Questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Pach. If you have a question. Mr. Pardon me?
No, nobody else has a question?
No.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I have also only a few more questions for you.
Go ahead. You're welcome.
Questions the following. After what we have heard from you earlier this morning, am I correct in assuming that the main, if not the only reason for your arrest, your detention and your mistreatment was the land dispute you and your family had with Enver Ajami and his family? Is that correct?
Po sakto.
Yes, that's correct. Everybody in Kaçanik knows that. There's no reason for me to lie here. Everybody knows. Little children know about this. We had this big dispute.
I understand. And just to be clear on another point, was Enver Hashami a member of the KLA in March 1999?
Po çishte kone.
Yes, of course, he was a member of the KLA.
Po.
Was he wearing a uniform when he mistreated you?
Po ai masani ka vjeshur.
Yes, he later put on a uniform, whereas those soldiers that he had brought to my house, they were in civilian clothes. He himself did not come to take me because he couldn't do that. My family knew him. He was waiting in a hut, whereas these soldiers who came, he sent them. And luckily, I'm alive and I can speak about this now because nobody would have known that Enver Hashami was involved in this. These were members of one family and they all became military policemen. He, when I was a child, kicked me because a girl from his family was teasing me. I wasn't teasing her. We didn't speak for 20 years. And he was telling me we didn't speak for 20 years. Now, why are you here? I asked me, are you going to revenge that now on the behalf of the KLA? These were terrible things.
Understood. What you said was Mr. Enver Hashami, a member of the KLA military police. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes, they were together.
And his uncle, Sami Hashami, was he also a member of the KLA in March 1999, as far as you know?
His uncle worked with the Serbs. Everybody knows that he worked at this petrol station during Tito's time, during Milosevic's time, during KLA's time. He was dismissed from his job and he was then returned by the Serbs to that position as well. And he had weapons with the Serbs authority in his possession, and everybody in Kaçanik knew this.
Hashami was not with the KLA, is that what you're saying? Sami Hashami.
I heard from the people that he worked on his field during the war and that a son of his sister was killed by the Serbs. He said that Agim Idrisi asked me to provide him with an automatic rifle, which was not true. These were lies. They didn't like me, and they wanted to do anything to destroy me. He resembles a shepherd. If you look at him, the way he looks, you will see that he's just a simple peasant. But he has so much racism in his heart. He doesn't like anybody. He was claiming that he will drive away the entire Idrisi family. He didn't have any arguments. I have this photograph here with me. See what he did to my brother's son, to my first cousin, and to me. Do you want me to show you the photograph? How can the state allow him? How can the authorities allow him to do these things?
Would you please listen to me and to my questions? I think you already answered my question. Thank you. My next questions relate to the SPO preparation note number 2. This is paragraph 18. And please listen carefully to what I read to you now, according to which you said the following. Witness W 04081, 18, this is you, confirmed his prior assertion that before W 04018 was detained, Enver Hashami's uncle Sami Hashami had said he was beaten in a Serbian police station by W 04018 and others, and that Sami Hashami later admitted to you, to W 4018, that he knew this was not true. My question, witness, is when did Sami Hashami admit that his allegations against you were not true? Was that during or after the war?
When I was at home, isolated for 3 years after the war, he was carrying some hay with a tractor. I asked him, "Are you coming to my place or shall I come to your place?" He said to me, "Lal," he calls me Lal. We were neighbors, there's nothing between us, so we were in good relation. And I said to him, "You see, you told the KLA staff that Agim Idrisi had asked for an automatic rifle, that he took part in beating people with the police. Go and ask him today. If he says that Agim beat me with the police, we will ask him which one beat you. You cannot just burden and label people. He has no face now to go out in public because everybody will spit on him."
Yes, thank you.
This is the truth.
And this leads me to my next question. Do you know when the beatings in the Serbian police station, according to Sami Hashami, should have occurred? So what did Mr. Hashami, Sami Hashami, claim when the beatings should have occurred?
He claimed this during the war, just before I was taken away. And a soldier told me, "It's good that you came and said this." And he asked me, "Is it true that you beat up Sami Hashami and asked him for his weapons with the policeman? Because this is what I heard from other people." This is not okay. If you want to say something to somebody, you should say that into their face. He should also be held responsible there in Kaçanik. You cannot just say things like that. It's wartime and let's take him, because they thought that they would liquidate me. It's time of war. You should take up a weapon and fight. But I was tricked into that. They took me away. They tied me. Ismet Kuka, Ajami's friend, he stopped my van in front of the police, thinking that I was scared of the police, but I wasn't scared. And I said, "If you want, you can get into the same car," but he escaped.
Are you aware of any investigations or proceedings conducted by the KLA against Enver Hashami or other people involved in your arrest, detention and maltreatment for purely personal or private reasons, as I understood it? Are you aware of any proceedings, investigations by the KLA?
I don't know about any trial, but I know because I frequently talk to my friends and tell about this, and they spread these words. So basically, people know about the involvement of Enver Ajami and the events he was involved with. I've heard that they've talked to a person whose name I will not mention, and they just took this person and in relation to my event. So how they confronted him because they for the false allegations about his beating and the land and houses that were taken away from us. I will not forgive this to him, and this is his story. I will pursue this as with any possible means at my disposal, including police and courts, until he's imprisoned for life. He ruined my life and my family.
Cross-examination by the Salimi defense that Enver Shami was discharged from the KLA or that he was booted out. You know more about this?
He even took a apartment from a Serb in Kačanik, and the Albanians themselves expelled him from there, threw his stuff out of the window and sent it back to the village. He's still causing trouble there after the war. He beat my brother's son severely. It was very bad. You could not even watch him, all covered in blood. And the police then just deleted the file and didn't. Why don't they arrest him? Well, actually, we should sue the police. You would be shocked to see the photograph expelling us violently, asking us to leave the country and go to Serbia. Who's given him the authority to do that? Why would he do that?
Be more precise here. My question is, was Enver Shami discharged from the KLA, from what you have heard, because he detained and maltreated you, or was that for other reasons?
He was discharged, and people have words with him, they ask questions, but he has no answers because he's committed serious crimes. But they didn't know that beforehand. Now when I tell these things and make it public, everybody has come to know it. So he has no place to stay anywhere. He
was discharged from the KLA, Enver Shami?
He was discharged because he used the KLA. You see what he did. He used the KLA to take our land from us, claiming that we were involved with Arkan and this and that. So there's just totally ungrounded and false accusations and allegations. You need to have proof to back it up with proof. Where did you work? Were you employed? Is there any record of that? You have to tell it. You can't keep it secret. If I put Enver Ajami in prison, he just needs to tell about it. He committed a crime with his family members, who were military police, and claiming that he was keeping an accurate record. He even wrote a newspaper article saying Agim Idrisi had a 600 euro salary working for the Serbs, and pretending that he obtained this copy through intelligence services. What sort of intelligence services? That was, the intelligence source was Enver Ajami. You're talking about intelligence. And the intelligence was what Enver Ajami decided to say on my account. That's it. And now I've spent my years escaping and fleeing and protecting myself. And Enver Ajami need to be held responsible about this. Do you know what Fakir Ajami has said? Do you want me to say this? Because it's a very sad and tragic thing.
Thank you. I have one final question for your witness. Do you know, or do you have any information when Mr. Enver Hashami was discharged from the KLA, was that during or after the war?
After I left the country, I don't recall when, but I heard from people, friends, people who hesitate to speak. They said that he's alone now, nobody socialized with him, and that he's been discharged, expelled. It's not like they thought he was before, like a good soldier and a good man, but they still didn't know what crime he committed and why he took me in. This is the reason why I came out public to say this, tell my story publicly, because I do not want people to point fingers at me, because they had written this article that I was a traitor to the nation. What traitor am I? Just based on the claim that I imprisoned him, the United States will imprison their own soldiers if they do wrongdoings, and this person is still not in prison.
Further for you. Thank you.
Judge Mitchell?
You didn't let me space to tell the story about the Chirajam. It's very important for the people to know.
Answer questions. So listen to the questions that are asked and answer them.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I have two small areas of your evidence that I want to ask about, and I would like you, if you can, to give me short answers. Do you understand?
Yes.
No, that'd be perfect. And if I have a follow-up question, I will ask it of you. Do you understand?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm grateful. The first area that I want to ask you about are the questions that Mr. Mišetić asked of you about a list you were shown by Enver Hashami following your arrest by the KLA. Do you understand? I want to ask you about that list.
Yes.
I understand it correctly that, to your understanding, this list contained the names of people whom the KLA wanted to arrest, or I think you use in one of your statements the expression abduct. Is that a correct understanding of what you understood that list to be?
Correct.
If I understand your evidence, this list was given to Mr. Hashami by Habib Koka. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Habib Koka at the time, was he a member of the KLA?
Habib Koka worked with the Serbian police since the times of Tito, if I recall well. And he continued that during the Milosevic time, and he worked as a policeman until the day of my abduction. And he had authority that claiming that he had records and gave them to Enver. So these two need to clarify what was this list about, because they claim to know these people well. Now they should answer for this, and I thank you for this question.
Figure out is, in your understanding, and if you don't know, please say so, but in your understanding, at the time when you were being interviewed and detained, was Habib Koka a member of the KLA, or was he still, to your mind, an official of the Serbian police?
I heard from people that Habib Koka, that on the day he was thinking to leave the country, he wanted to cause a huge damage to us and to the Bruti family, and I need people to know this. What they did to us wasn't, even Milosevic didn't do it to us.
To your understanding, was Mr. Koka a member of the KLA at the time? Yes, no, or you don't know?
Mr. Koka took the phone of the Serbian police and joined the KLA.
Now, the document that you said you saw with a number of names, did you see any signature on it? Did you see any stamp or insignia? Was it just listing the names that you've mentioned?
He had a notebook and he read out from that, and he was showing off when he did that because he became an important person within the KLA, claiming to have accurate information, sharing that. What now he needs to clarify what sort of information he had. Where did he take it from? Habib Koka. So it's because you brought up this information, false information, and caused so much trouble to people. Habib Koka, who worked as a policeman, should...
Time, if you allow. When you saw this logbook or this document that he was using, did you see any stamp or insignia on it? If the answer is no, it's no. Did you see any insignia, signature?
No, I didn't see nothing. I just saw the notebook containing a lot of names. He read them out to try and tell us that, you see, I've spotted the spies. This was the idea, the message he wanted to convey to us.
You told us that, according to that individual, your name was on that list, correct?
Yes, he had included my name in there.
Idrisi also on that list.
Shaban Idrisi?
Shaban Idrisi? Yes, he was in the list too.
Did Shabi Idrisi have any contact with the Serb authorities, and I mean either before or during the war?
To be honest, the Serbian police beat his brother once, I recall. Shaban, he's the eldest. They beat him because of some problems related to Shabi's wife. That's all I know.
Maybe then I'll show you briefly a document that you were shown by both the prosecution and the defense, and it's IT-05-87 6D00484. Now, you were shown that list before, sir, and I'd be grateful to the registry to scroll down a little bit. Thank you. And you already shown that list, and I want to ask you about the name under 28 here. It's Shabi Milaim Idrisi. Is that the person you've mentioned? Is that the same person, to your knowledge?
Yes. Yes.
And
the same.
To have signed a contract with the Serbian authority, with the local security authorities. Were you aware of that? Or at least that this was claimed?
I don't know about this, but I'm telling you that we were a little bit distant with this family. We're not in really good terms with them.
I take it from your answer you are not aware of his having had connections with the Serbian security apparatus.
With respect to this, you can ask the persons who held meetings and were with them, cooperated. You can find them on the list and ask questions to them. They will tell about one another. I've never been involved, I've never participated or attended these things. I don't know them. I don't know what they did.
So I'll repeat my question, and again, you can say whether you know, whether you don't know. Do you know whether he had any connections with the Serbian security, this person, Shabi Idrizi? If you don't know, you don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Because he's not my brother or any family. We're very distant.
Halit Loki is also a name that appeared on that list you saw. Do you remember Mr. Mišetić showing you the list, and one of the names was that of Halit Loki? Do you recall?
I knew Halit Loki. I know he worked with the security, and then he retired, and I don't know anything further.
If he was arrested during the conflict?
Now I recall, an old man came to see me and said that he was taken from Macedonia and brought to some place in Kačanik. However, there happened to be an Albanian who knew him and released him. There were no consequences.
Loki, was he on that same list?
Bashkim Loki was a poor man. They asked for a gun from him. He drove my truck with wood, firewood. I paid him 10 euros a day. I know this. And it was thanks to me that he's still alive today, because I spoke good about him and he got released. He didn't do anything wrong. He is now working with his children and living in his house.
Is whether you recall Bashkim Loki being one of the names that was on the list that Enver Akshami was using when he was interviewing you. Was Bashkim on it too?
Yes, I saw the list written, but I had him released from prison, and he knows that. And I was happy that he was released, because I wanted to send 37,000 Deutschmarks. I had some money somewhere, so I couldn't tell him go and take the money for me, so they took all my money.
Screen under number 25. Is that the same individual, Baskim Suleiman Loki? Is that the one we are talking about?
Is his family name Suleimani or Baba Suleimani?
Suleiman.
Yes, Bashkim Loki. But is Suleiman his father? Because I don't know his father's name.
Yes, sir. But do you know of any connection?
This must be the person we're talking about. Bashkim Loki.
Person, do you know of any connection between Mr. Bashkim Loki and the state security apparatus of Serbia? Do you know of any such connection?
No, I can guarantee he's never done any harm to anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in Kosovo. From the day of his release, nobody ever asked him again, where were you, what did you do? And he's grateful he was released, because an innocent man cannot be kept in custody, in captivity.
He did any harm to anyone? What I'm asking you, and again, if you don't know, you can say so. I'm simply asking whether you are aware whether Bashkim Loki had any connection with the Serbian security.
No, never heard. I know the Serbian police asked from him a handgun, and his cousins know about this.
pass me the
He didn't have one to hand over. He didn't have a handgun or anything else.
Ask you about something else, and I ask you. You've been a very good witness answering the question briefly. I want to ask you about another area of the account that you gave to various authorities, and I will ask you a few questions about that. It has to do with your movements while you were in the custody and under the control of the KLA. And I will first give you a brief summary of what I understand to be your movements, and then I will ask you a few questions. Now, to my account, you were taken to 6 different places over the course of your detention. From your home to Laniște in early March 99, from Laniște to Bob, from Bob to Kukai, from there to Thaçi.
Yeah.
And
Ivai.
From there to Chichevac and Kačanik.
Ivai, and then from Ivai to Kukai, Pichet, Baros.
From there to Varos, and then from Varos to a destination where you eventually escaped because the car went off the road, correct?
Correct.
These movements would have lasted, if I understand your evidence correctly, about a week. The overall trip, if I may call it that, would have taken about a week or so. Would that be correct?
The detention, the walk, the beating, the maltreatment, the whole thing lasted 10 days and 10 nights. They kept us short in Kukai, and then they took us somewhere else.
The first thing I want to ask you here is as far as you recall, approximately how many KLA members came to your home the day when they took you away? Can you recall?
Of course. 8 soldiers came into the house. 2 were guarding outside the door of the house with their commander. They broke the doors, windows, searched the house, didn't find anything. They found a fork inside. They said, "Why did you take a fork inside the house?" I didn't have any weapon. They didn't find anything.
But the other occasions when you were escorted to the various places we've gone through, how many KLA members would typically escort you? 1, 2, 3 more?
From Ivai, there were 3 people escorting us. One of them was a very good friend of mine. I knew him very well, but he betrayed me. He betrayed me in war. He stood guard with 2 of his friends until we reached Varos. Then to Bicech, we were guarded by Jabir Elezi. They prepared the place. The cars came, took us, drove us to Varos, where they beat us very badly. They massacred us. My lips were cut by Commander Air. I never mentioned his name before, but I knew he was from Kačanik. They called him Era.
I'll follow up. Now, were the KLA members who escorted you, were they armed at the time? At all times when they were escorting you, yes? Or no?
Yes, they were armed.
Any means of communication, radio, telephones, any other means of communication with them?
They had phones, guns, grenades, automatic weapons. They came to my house masked.
Communications, did you see any radio device, any telephone that they were using during these occasions?
No, they locked us up in Beach Edge. This Jabir guarded us. He was from a village, and long before he had been a policeman, until the policemen left their jobs. Now, I don't know if he was a policeman there or not, but he guarded us, stood by the door for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't give us water or bread or anything. I asked him for some milk, and he did give us some milk and some warm bread.
Did you see any means of communication, telephones or radio, that they were carrying?
No, they didn't use phones where we were.
Is to the extent you know, do you know who it was who decided to move you around from one place to the other? Did you become aware of who it was that was deciding on your movements during that period?
Very good question, and I'll give you a good answer. My execution, if we can call it, it was done by Enver Ajami, Commander Era Fadil. So these are those who caused my situation, what happened to me. They wanted to take me somewhere and to execute me.
And just to be clear, you understand that these men were the ones who decided to have you move around. That's your understanding, right?
Right. Yes, these are the persons.
Thank you, witness.
Any follow-up questions to the judge's questions, SPO? Mr. Laws? Defense for Thaçi?
Just one brief question, Mr.
Go ahead.
Witness, I just want to clarify, are Bashkim Loki and Halit Loki two different people?
Yes, they are from the same village, I think. However, but Halit moved to Kaçanik long time before. I think he worked with the police or in the security services in Ferizai before. I'm not sure if he grew up in Kotlin in the village or in Kaçanik, but no, Bashkim Loki. I wouldn't know if they know each other because I never dealt with them. I wasn't involved with them. Bashkim Loki lived in the village before. Now he doesn't live there anymore.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Vasily, nothing? All right. Anything from Salimi Defense? Anything from...
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Witness, your testimony is completed today. You will be escorted from the courtroom. We thank you for being with us and for providing us your information. We wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would appeal to everybody in Kaçanik, if there's anyone having any information about Agim Idrisi having jailed Albanians, please come forward and bring that information, make it clear. Make it clear if I was a policeman or if I was a forest ranger. This needs to be made public in Kaçanik. Those who have such information, please come forward. Thank you. Because they had always, they all labeled me as a traitor to the nation. Do you know who is a traitor to the nation? This is what made me come here. Somebody needs to pay for my life having been ruined and destroyed. I've worked 40 years and they took all my money away. And then I'm told to keep silent and not say things. Have a good day. Thank you very much. I'm very happy for what you've done and the fact that you brought me here and allowed me to testify in public. I asked to be here. I personally asked to be here and testify. Let them know this.
Just before Your Honour's rise, there is an issue concerning the testimony of the next witness, which will require a short ruling, and I would like to make oral submissions in relation to it before the witness is called. I would have thought they'd take about 10 minutes or 15 in total. Exactly.
We come back after lunch. We'll take care of that. Thank you. I will also make a ruling on 1D for 6 MFI. The SBO's objection to the admission is sustained. This tribunal's findings are not and as such it is not relevant or probative to our fact finding. In this case, we cannot be asked to accept another tribunal's judgment, and we will not. We are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Mr. Emerson, we understand your request. We will grant your request for an oral submission. We'd like it to be in 5 minutes, though, because we have quite a bit of a long 16-hour witness coming up.
We do,
but we are aware of your motion by the email. And as you know, I ruled on something similar in July, so there are no surprises here.
Thank you very much. And it's from that July ruling, 18th of July oral ruling in relation to 02153's evidence that we take as our starting point, which is, if I can just distill the ruling into 2 propositions, there's no absolute rule against opinion evidence being adduced from witnesses of fact. However, certainly there should be no opinion evidence going to issues, ultimate issues that have to be decided by the trial panel. And insofar as opinion evidence is to be admissible, the proper foundation, evidentially, of the witness's source of knowledge must be laid. Now, I want to just, if I may, seek some clarification in relation to the upcoming witness of how that affects testimony, which if I can put it this way, it is almost all unsourced opinion evidence. So there is evidence, and there is one report based on personal testimony about meetings with people, or indeed in one instance about witnessing the aftermath of an attack and conducting lengthy interviews. This was in relation to Serbian atrocities in the Drenica region, and it's published in the report A Week of Terror in Drenica. But the vast majority of everything else in his reports is opinion without sourcing. And it's important, this, because it's been, as you know, considered by other trial chambers in relation specifically to this witness and the reports that he tenders, including some of the reports that are being tendered here, using essentially the same principles as the panel adopted in its July ruling. Can I just summarise the factual examples? Putting it very shortly, the witness gives extensive evidence about his opinion of the KLA's command structure. about his opinion of categories that could be considered as collaborators at various different points in time. He gives evidence of an alleged number or alleged pattern of crimes as evidence to support an opinion that particular events are a policy or are part of KLA strategy. All of his evidence is about saying, well, this could be isolated, but because of that, maybe we think it's not so isolated. And indeed, in one instance, in relation to the post-June 1999 violence, the report itself says we are totally unable to tell whether this was KLA policy or sporadic groups of KLA in particular areas acting without authority and as rogue agents. But his evidence, so that's the report, commenting on that report, which he himself edited, he's now put in his witness statement the conclusion that he's changed his opinion having read the Dick Marty report, which again doesn't have witnesses who can be sourced and examined and is certainly not being called in these proceedings. So we have a multiple series of difficulties with this witness which haven't been addressed by the prosecution, either in the manner of tendering or in response to the submissions that we've made in advance. The trial panel has, if you like, stored the problem back by saying, I mean, this is not a witness being tendered under 154, the reports are not going in automatically, and therefore foundation must be laid for any line of questioning. And I revert to the position I made in relation to the July ruling, which is absolutely fine if the foundation is laid, but we already know he doesn't have a foundation for most of what he says, because he tells us in the various proofing notes and in the statement. I don't know who said this. We, Human Rights Watch, didn't investigate crimes allegedly committed by the KLA at all, and he himself had virtually no involvement in that connection. What he can say is that in the period prior to June 1999, their focus was very substantially on Serbian crimes and hardly at all on any allegations against Kosovo Liberation Army units. And after June 1999, they were similarly focused on protection of minorities generally. But in that period, right up until then, they relied on the research of another organisation, the Humanitarian Law Centre, and incorporated their opinions into their own report. So it's a much more complicated problem as it presents than it was in relation to the July witness. Can I use the last of my 5 minutes by just reading to you the way in which the matter was dealt with by the trial chamber in Milutinovic and others, which is IT-05-87-T, dated 1st September 2006. This is the judgment at paragraphs 22 through to 24. And they were looking at a series of reports. They were looking at one by the OSCE, which is entitled As Seen, As Told, and a number of reports from Human Rights Watch and the testimony of this witness. They looked at under orders, a week of terror in Drenica and so forth, and they explained the approach that they took, which is substantially the application of the principles that the panel have already laid down. I'm sorry I don't have copies, but may I simply read these 3 paragraphs into the record. Paragraph 22. The introduction to the section of As Seen, As Told, containing the bulk of the tendered excerpts, itself concedes that certain allegations are based on the statement of one person only, that other information provided by interviewees was hearsay rather than the statement of the direct victim or witness, and that there are certain inconsistencies in the details given by different interviewees about particular incidents. These are the kinds of issues that go directly to the reliability of the assertions which these excerpts present, and which are best tested through in-court examination of the declarants themselves by the parties and the chamber. In these circumstances, neither the report's acknowledgement of these problems nor the opportunity to cross-examine one of the authors or editors of the report, such as either Mr. Abrahams or Mr. Buchert, who was involved in that instance, can adequate, sorry, let me read that sentence again. In these circumstances, neither the report's acknowledgement of these problems nor the opportunity to cross-examine one of the authors and editors of the report can adequately replace the opportunity to test the reliability of any of the persons making the statements. The trial chamber does not have before it sufficient material to satisfy it of the general reliability of the information on which this report is based. We would say that is self-evidently the case in the reports that are being put in, with one exception. Paragraph 23. These conclusions apply equally to under orders. That is the Human Rights Watch report that is part of the evidence to be put in before the trial chamber this afternoon. Despite the apparently greater scepticism brought to Human Rights Watch's investigations and methodology, the conditions under which its staff gathered the information contained in the sections summarising allegations of crimes between March and June 1999 are sufficiently similar to those surrounding As Seen, As Told, and sufficiently different from those surrounding two other Human Rights Watch reports that have been tendered, that the relevant excerpts of this report prompt the same concerns in the chamber. These other reports are specifically discussed in paragraph 32. For example, the bulk of one of the reports, Exhibit P441 in that case, the February 1990 report entitled A Week of Terror in Drenica, Humanitarian Law Violations in Kosovo, is the result of both personal observation by the witness, who can do the same here, and intensive interviews with over 24 people with regard to a single incident. It's the massacre of a family of Albanians by Serbs, where he came across the scene and conducted a real investigation himself. The alleged murders of many members of the Delia family in the village of Gornje Obrinje in Drenica, where Mr. Abrahams and his colleague were on the scene the day after the incident. The total length of the investigation into this single incident was described as a matter of weeks. With regard to under orders, on the other hand, Mr. Abrahams conceded that these interviews in a few cases were quick because somebody was literally coming across the border in their tractor, and you've heard that much of the accounts that were received were from, you've seen in his statements, were from Albanian refugees crossing the border. So he acknowledged that the interviews were quick because, these interviews in a few cases were quick because somebody was literally coming across the border in their tractor, and we only had time to ask, where are you from, why are you leaving? So the trial chamber therefore concludes, Exhibit P441, that's A Week of Terror in Drenica, has sufficient indicia of reliability to be admitted by the chamber, but absent testimony from the persons who gave interviews to Human Rights Watch staff in Albania or Macedonia, the chamber determines that under orders should also be denied admission. 24, the prosecution proposes 3 ways in which the material in the challenge reports might be used in the chamber's deliberations, i.e. relevance. 1, the reports prove, says the prosecution, the widespread and systematic nature of the crimes, because they provide evidence on activity that occurred around the charged sites, as well as the crime sites themselves. 2, the reports are admissible, says the prosecution, to corroborate the accounts of the direct witnesses on the crimes charged in the indictment. And 3, the reports provide evidence that the accused were on notice of the crimes committed during the indictment period. In order for the reports to be useful in the first 2 ways, i.e. as proof of the truth of their contents, however, the chamber would have to accept that the excerpts based on witness statements bore sufficient indicia of reliability to be admissible, either as evidence of underlying offences or as evidence of the legal elements of one category of the crimes with which the accused are charged. And it's not so satisfied, for the reasons that have been explained. With regard to the third argument, that the challenge reports provide indirect evidence of notice, the prosecution's case is set out, and the trial chamber essentially concludes, instead of relying on any indirect mention or discussion of the OSCE KVM reports in As Seen, As Told, the Chamber considers it's preferable for the prosecution to tender the original documents themselves. So, and again, you'll have seen that the witness talks about different categories. Now, I'm putting that on the record now because we are going to say and urge upon you that that is the appropriate approach. In other words, it's not, in this instance, a question of saying no opinion, all opinion. We're going to have to look in great detail at which reports can be cited from and which can't. And rather than have me, because it looks to me as though if the prosecution intend to elicit anything beyond the things that the witness saw and heard, or accounts that were given to him directly from people whose credibility can be evaluated, anything beyond that we will object to. And if that's the case, I don't want to be bobbing up and down. It seemed to me right that we set out our stall at the outset. The basic framework of the decision that Your Honours have reached guides it, but it is going to mean there is very little beyond experiential facts that we will not object to on this principle. But obviously we will concede, as was found in Milutinovic, that a week of terror in Drenica satisfies the indicia of reliability test.
Thank you very much.
Can I just have
Mr.
echo
Teager?
my response to the addition to join in this, Your Honor?
You can join, yes.
Yes, join it just on obviously, with regard to my client, he's made sweeping opinions throughout the reports and witness interviews that I have that are completely objectionable. So we would join in what was just advanced by my colleague and bring forth exactly our objection to the sweeping opinions that he has where he says it's my opinion then, now, and it was in my opinion then, my opinion now, such as he
Okay.
says in paragraph 95.
Okay, we're way over the time I already allotted. Anything from you, Mr. Roberts?
Fully support, but nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis, anything to other than support?
Yes, the same. We join, Your Honour.
Okay. All right, Mr. Teager.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It clearly doesn't assist the prosecution in any manner to advance a baseless opinion or to invite a witness to usurp the court's prerogative. So in that sense, I was actually grateful for the earlier email and was mindful of that as the direct examination, the relatively brief direct examination, was being drafted. As the court made clear in the ruling that was the subject of the email, given the nature of the frequent fact, opinion issues that arise, particularly in international courts, it's not a zero-sum issue, but a spectrum that depends on the nature of the witness, the nature of the issue, and the questions. And I have endeavored to stay well within the permissible range of that spectrum. As mentioned, international courts have rejected any bright line test, welcomed, in fact, mixed fact opinion evidence when it helpfully illuminates issues, and have often found it to do so. And I would say that when it doesn't, professional judges are fully capable of identifying that and dealing with it accordingly. I would only add to this, Your Honor, that there was a suggestion that the prosecution failed over the interim period to respond to the submissions made. I reread the email over the break. It seemed to me to be suggesting that the guidance of the court's July 17th or 18th ruling should be adhered to and nothing more. But today, I've heard a great deal of emphasis on matters not raised by the email. I would suggest that to some extent those are straw issues, and the prosecution does not intend to elicit a good deal of the presumed impugned testimony. I won't speak to the rulings on previous submissions of excerpts or whole reports. Those were different cases. I didn't have a chance to look at those in context. They were just raised today. But as I say, it seems to me that this is a matter best dealt with as we go forward, with the emphasis on the fact that courts have found over and over again that in circumstances like this, some measure of fact, opinion, evidence is illuminating rather than muddying the issues involved.
Thank you, Mr. Teeger. Mr. Laws, anything you want to add?
No, thank you, Al.
It's important to note that the court cited, that Mr. Emerson cited, certainly did not prohibit any type of testimony. In fact, they did what a court panel should do, and that is take in all of the information, weighed it at the end, and incorporated what they thought was worthy in their judgment. And that's what we will endeavor to do, and I hope you trust that we will. At the outset, the panel notes that the opinion evidence has already been elicited repeatedly by every party in this matter, including the defense. In this regard, the panel reiterates that opinion evidence should not be led from fact witnesses unless adequate foundations may be established for such an opinion. And of course, that's your burden, Mr. Teeger, which I know you recognize. The panel also recalls that opinions of a witness should not go to any ultimate issues. Somebody used the word at the heart of the matter. That's not the appropriate language. It's the ultimate issues that cannot be delved into by opinion evidence. That function falls within the scope of responsibility of the panel. Finally, the panel notes that opinion evidence is unlikely to carry much weight unless it is corroborated by evidence of greater probative value. The panel therefore reminds the SPO that if it seeks to elicit or rely upon such evidence from this witness, it will have to elicit from the witness the basis on which the witness has formed his opinion. Parties and participants will be in a position to object if they so wish to a particular question or line of questioning, which might go beyond what is reasonably probative in the given case. And I thank you for your submissions. There was also the question of allowing the witness to appear remotely on video. Are you willing to take that up at this point? Have everybody issued all their opinions?
I'm just making sure. You're asking for oral submissions now?
Oh, no, I set a date time.
Thursday.
I'm sorry. Yes. That's my mistake. Yeah. Also, the panel has been informed that the witness, this next witness, wishes to bring his report under orders with him in the courtroom as a reference material. The witness will be instructed by the court. Is there something wrong? He wants it. Oh, never mind. Withdrawn request.
Just kidding.
So I think with that, we're ready. Everyone ready for the witness? Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. These things are unfolding at, minute by minute.
I'm so sorry. Whilst the witness is being brought in, may I just, through the bench, seek confirmation that the establishment of the basis on which it is said that a particular statement is admissible should precede the eliciting of the statement. In other words, the basis should be laid first in chief before the statement is submitted. Yes, but sometimes it happens that prosecution counsel asks for the proposition and then the foundation, and because there's no striking from the record.
In my sheltered little world, the foundation comes first and then the opinion.
I'll endeavor to follow that, Your Honor, only to say that sometimes I will attempt to elicit further information about the basis for something that is admissible without that further elucidation, simply to bolster and clarify. So
Fair enough.
it may be the case that it'll be led sometimes in that manner.
All right, but let's try to apply the principle I just stated and try to go through foundation and opinion if that's the way it's going to be. Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good. Before we start your testimony, you will need to recite our solemn declaration, which you are asked to take pursuant to our rules 141 sub 2. So you can read it aloud, please.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
And do you fully understand that obligation?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And do you consent to it?
Yes, I do.
You may hand that back to the usher and take your seat. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 4 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first and then counsel for victims. Once they are done, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 16 hours. As regards to each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statements, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, as there is translation going on, and that will allow them to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the current or the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of the court about your testimony, please let us know. The panel understands that you brought a hard copy of you've withdrawn that request. One other thing, please stop talking if I ask you to do so or if I raise my hand up, because that means I need to give you further instruction. Understood?
Yes, sir.
If you feel the need to take a break at any time, please let us know and we will try to accommodate you. We begin with the prosecution's direct examination. Mr. Teager, seated to your left, will be doing that. Go ahead, Mr. Teager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness.
And good afternoon.
Can we begin by asking you to state your full name, please?
Frederick C. Abrahams.
And your date of birth?
November 2, 1967.
And nationality?
United States of America, U.S., American.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I am currently Associate Program Director at Human Rights Watch.
And in that capacity, what briefly are your general functions?
I am now supervising a number of teams in the organization. Those would be our Crisis and Conflict Division, which used to be our Emergencies Division. At the time of the conflict, it was called Emergencies Division. Technology and Human Rights Division, our Arms Division, and our digital investigations lab, which uses digital techniques to conduct human rights investigations. I also am responsible for supervising our training of research staff, onboarding new staff and teaching them our methodology.
How long have you been associated with Human Rights Watch?
Since 1993.
And perhaps you can give the court an indication of what Human Rights Watch does, what its mission is, and where it functions.
Of course. Well, our mandate is to monitor, document, expose, and publicize human rights violations around the world without regard for politics or religion, ethnic composition. We work in dozens and dozens of countries around the world with an effort to promote policies that minimize human rights abuses and promote accountability for human rights abuses. And that includes working in areas of armed conflict. In those cases, the applicable law is international humanitarian law. That has been my primary area of focus. And we work in conflicts around the world in every continent in order to hold the parties to the conflict accountable and promote lawful conduct. And so we do that typically by holding all parties to a conflict to account.
You mentioned 1993. During the 90s, from 1993 onwards till approximately 2001, did you have a particular geographic or regional focus in your work?
My focus has shifted over time. I began by working mostly on Eastern Europe in the beginning, and I quickly became involved in the Balkans. I worked in Albania in 1993 and began my human rights work at that time. And I'm still involved in working on Albania. And that led me to human rights reporting in Kosovo and in Macedonia, as well as in Serbia. So the crux of my work from 95, actually 93, from 93 until 2000 was on the Southern Balkans.
And during that period of time, were you involved in the production and publication of reports addressing alleged human rights violations, either as author, co-author, editor, researcher, and or coordinator?
Yes, I was involved in numerous reports during that time, looking at various aspects and situations. Of course, I worked on Albania and issued reports critical of the human rights record of various Albanian governments. I reported on abuses in Macedonia before and during the short-lived conflict in that country. And I did considerable work in Kosovo. And reported, produced either directly investigated and reported and published, or the organization published, but was the main contributor to numerous reports, especially on violations by Serbian and Yugoslav government forces.
And just to assist the court with a little more specificity on number, I'm not sure that it'll be that significant, but would it be fair to say that there were approximately 8 dealing with Kosovo during that time, beginning with persecution persists, human rights violations in Kosovo in 1996, and concluding with under orders in 2001, and then approximately 6 in between in 1998 through 99?
Yes, I would have to check the exact numbers, but that is an approximation for sure. The first report was 1996 from a investigation trip, a research trip I conducted in Kosovo in 1996. And 2001 was the culmination of my work, the large omnibus report called Under Orders, which I was requesting, which was a subject of bringing into the courtroom today.
And did you also testify at the ICTY in a number of cases, the Milosevic case, Milutinovic, and Djordjevic, concerning war crimes in Kosovo?
Yes, that's correct. I was a witness for the prosecution in the cases of Milosevic, Milutinovic et al., I believe was the trial, and Djordjevic, Vlastimir Djordjevic. I also testified in one domestic war crimes case in Sweden, which was a member of the Serbian Special Forces, or I forget which unit precisely, who was accused of atrocities in and around the village of Chushk in May 1999.
Did you serve briefly in 2 different periods for the Office of the Prosecutor at the ICTY as a research analyst?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And just to round it off, among other things, have you written articles and editorials and testified before the United States Congress about the Southern Balkans generally and Kosovo in particular?
Yes, I have. As part of my job responsibilities at Human Rights Watch, we typically and frequently publish opinion pieces, speak with the media, testify before different bodies such as U.S. Congress.
Now, did the work of Human Rights Watch and your work in particular in connection with Kosovo intensify in 1998?
Yes, it definitely did, because in February, late February and early March of 1999, there were significant incidents with notable and serious violations of the laws of war in the Drenica region, specifically 3 villages. And from that point, it was our determination, organizational determination, together with our lawyers, our in-house lawyers, that from that point was the start of an internal armed conflict under international law. And we then ramped up our coverage to be able to document violations at that time. Your microphone, or I'm having.
Sorry, thank you. Did Human Rights Watch maintain a relatively steady presence in Kosovo thereafter?
We did. It was not permanent. I conducted numerous trips during that time from just after. I think my first trip would be around May, June of 1999, if I'm not mistaken. And I probably conducted 4 or 5 other trips in that period up to the NATO bombing and in March of 99. So in 98, excuse me, leading up to 99. But wasn't there permanently. So typically would go for 2, 3 weeks, maybe a little more, return at that time to New York, and then go back again.
Okay. And just to ensure that the record is clear, although I know you attempted to clarify that, when you said my first trip would be around May, June 1999, that would be 1998, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, 1998.
Now, during those visits, among other things, did you meet with and interview victims or witnesses of alleged violations?
Extensively. I think the core methodology of Human Rights Watch's work is to get as close as possible to the facts on the ground, and that meant speaking when we can to those with firsthand knowledge. So that would be the witnesses of violations, the witnesses of violations, and those connected to the situation, if it's family members, colleagues, employers, lawyers, doctors. And I would include also, when possible, the alleged perpetrator, trying to get the other side, which I can talk about more if it's of interest. And these interviews are the core pillar of our work, but we don't take one interview as a reliable source. We always strive to get multiple interviews to verify this information, corroborate, triangulate, and do so also with supporting material. If it's court records, autopsy reports, legal documents, and other material that we verify, which can help us to build a case of strong human rights documentation.
You mentioned earlier in describing the mandate of Human Rights Watch that it involved efforts to identify, expose, document, and publicize violations. And was that part of the process of fulfilling that aspect of the mandate?
Yes, it was. Our public reporting and advocacy is the thrust of our work, with a goal to mitigate abuses and protect civilians, I would say, is the primary objective of our work, is to protect civilians from the tragedies of war and of violations of the laws of war in particular, by encouraging and pressing parties to respect those obligations before the law.
Once reports were produced, what was done with them after that? How did the post-production aspect of the reports fit into fulfilling those aspects of the mandate you mentioned?
So there were various phases post-production, to use your term. One was publication. So we would disseminate the work as widely as possible, post it on our website, distribute it to media, send it to relevant officials in governments or international organizations, and help to inform as widely as possible. In addition, we would do media outreach. So myself or colleagues would speak with the media when we felt this was helpful to inform the public and policymakers. And lastly, we would, when possible, send our reports directly to the targets of our investigation, if you will. Or the alleged perpetrators, those who we considered were responsible for these violations, either had committed them or had an obligation to investigate them. And we did this on numerous occasions on the Serbian and Yugoslav side. And in fact, it was the subject, one of the subjects of my testimony in the Milosevic case and the Milutinovic et al. Case, about submitting our reports to them, sending our reports to the Serbian and Yugoslav authorities, and informing them of our findings.
In that respect, sending findings directly to government officials, let me ask you generally, was it the practice with respect to an armed group in a conflict that may not have a formal government structure akin to an existing state, to still try to get the information, the reports to that body, to that group?
Yes. To the best of our abilities, we tried to inform the parties to the conflict of our findings. And in the case of Kosovo, if I may anticipate or understanding the context, it wasn't always easy with the Kosovo Liberation Army because they didn't always have a public presence until later in the conflict. And even then, it was sometimes we didn't have the relations that we could always inform them in that way directly until later, with some exceptions. But I do believe, our reporting was covered in the media. It was covered in the Albanian language media, and our findings were well publicized in the Kosovo context.
A couple of questions about that. First of all, you indicated that you considered that the reporting was covered in the Albanian language media. Did Human Rights Watch specifically send reports to Albanian media sources?
Definitely we did. We had a large Albanian language media distribution list.
Now, in the early months and spring of 1998, and I think you've alluded to this already, but did the KLA have a known representative office to which such reports could have been sent or delivered?
In the early days of 1998, no. There was an office that opened later in 1998. I don't recall the exact month, but by September, when I was in Kosovo, it was definitely in operation.
Where was that office?
In Pristina, but I don't recall the address or the neighborhood.
And was someone in charge of that office?
Yes, the representative was Adem Damaci, a known human rights activist who I had known for many years, and he was the political representative in Pristina at that time of the KLA.
And did you deliver copies of the human rights material to Mr. Damaci's office?
To the best of my recollection, we did, yes.
Now, let me turn to the types of information that you used for your reports. I think you explained in some detail the effort to obtain primary source material, that is interviews through your field work. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also alluded to other steps that were taken in conjunction with that. If you could just reiterate those quickly.
Are you referencing, you're asking about the corroborating material that we would typically gather? Yes. So it's very context specific, but typically we would look for any documents that would help us understand the situation at hand. Those might be court records, they might be medical reports, doctors' reports, they might be autopsy reports if a person had died. And that information is valuable in all of our work as part of the investigations process.
Now, with respect to that effort to obtain primary source material, were you able to do so in Kosovo in respect of alleged violations by all sides?
It was mixed. It was mixed. There were times, excuse me, when we could obtain, for example, court records or court documents in relation to ethnic Albanians who had been arbitrarily detained and very frequently abused in detention and charged with politically motivated crimes, of which there were many. So sometimes court records could be obtained. On occasion, autopsy reports, but less frequently, and we had significant challenges getting any official information from Serbian and Yugoslav official sources. They were high on rhetoric and low on evidence. Otherwise, yes, I would have to think more if you're looking for examples.
Well, let me ask you specifically, what about interviews with people with sources or people who might have information about alleged violations by, in this instance, the KLA?
I would say that interviews were our most important source. As with all of our investigations, we want to hear from people directly and to conduct lengthy interviews and with respect and care, interrogate the facts even with one individual. So in this case, interviews were an essential source. I will say, if I'm preempting you, I will say that in this case, investigating KLA violations, interviews were at times challenging because there was a general reluctance, and I would say also a fear to speak openly about that issue.
Did you yourself, during the course of your work, encounter people who expressed fear about speaking to you about alleged KLA violations?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it would be very helpful, I'm sure, for all of us if we could first establish whether the witness did in fact conduct any investigations in relation to crimes allegedly committed by the Kosovo Liberation Army. Whether he did in fact do so, or Human Rights Watch.
I'm happy. I thought that was a natural follow-up.
But when it's not been asked or answered.
Sustained, he used the term "we." I think it should be personalized to him if he's going to testify about it.
As the presiding judge just indicated, I heard the term "we" and asked you a question about you individually. So did you yourself make efforts to obtain primary source material from individuals about alleged KLA violations?
Yes, I did. Although I will say some of the reports on that subject were primarily authored by colleagues. And in those cases, I was familiar with their methodology and in consultation with them as they conducted this work. But yes, there were cases where I also conducted interviews on this topic with victims or witnesses.
And my next question, therefore, would be, did you yourself encounter people who expressed fear about responding to inquiries concerning alleged KLA violations?
Yes, I did.
And you alluded to colleagues who were engaged in the same work. Did any of your colleagues communicate to you in the course of your joint efforts that they encountered people who expressed fear when they tried to inquire about alleged KLA violations?
Yes, they did. And I would say this topic was frequently discussed because we, from a methodological point of view, deliberated how best to gather accurate information when there was a general climate of fear and also an unwillingness for political reasons for people who didn't want to speak badly about, quote unquote, their side. Then how do you tackle that as an investigator? And it is not unique to Kosovo. I mean, this is a challenge in armed conflicts around the world.
apart from the information that you received both from your own experiences and from the experiences of your colleagues about people expressing fear to discuss alleged KLA violations. Did you also, well, I mean, let me step back. I want to lay the foundation for this in a correct manner. First of all, let me step back and ask you this. The fear that people expressed, that was a fear about what? What were they afraid would happen? What they expressed they were afraid would happen if they spoke to you or other internationals about alleged KLA violations?
I believed and understood the fear to mean that people believed they could suffer repercussions.
I object, Judge. That's a conclusion on his part. If they're saying that, that's something else. But I object to him extrapolating that out.
Overruled. You may continue. Continue your answer.
Your Honor, excuse me a second. There's a monitor off switch that is a little too brief. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and witness, you said you believed and understood the fear to mean that people believed they could suffer repercussions. How did you come to that understanding? Was that through your conversations with the individuals, through your conversations with your colleagues, other sources? Please tell us.
This is my view, based on having conducted hundreds of interviews, not just on this topic, but across Kosovo. Also speaking the language, the Albanian language, to a degree, not fluently, but having worked there for a while. There's no question in my mind that there was a general concern and a reluctance, first of all, and in some cases a fear to talk about KLA crimes, and people were worried about the repercussions of doing so. I will say, it's a complicated topic, and no, you cannot generalize across all people. There are lots of people who just felt like they will not talk about that because it wasn't for the cause. Albanians have a nice word, the čështja in Albanian, the movement or the cause. And so some people felt, well, we'll talk about Serbian and Yugoslav crimes, but not about the other side. And we saw that frequently when looking at Serbian and Yugoslav violations, documenting Serbian and Yugoslav violations, where some witnesses would say there was no KLA presence in the area at the time. KLA was nowhere. Serbian and Yugoslav forces came in and committed these atrocities. And sometimes we knew that not to be true. We had information that the KLA was in the area at the time. That does not in any way justify the violations of the Serbian and Yugoslav forces. I'm not suggesting that for one moment. But it is a part of the reality. So you can interrupt me if you wish.
I don't think anyone understood you as impliedly offering justification in any manner.
Yes.
And I would thank you for the clarification about some people who spoke out of nationalist loyalty, but I want to focus now on people who were afraid.
Yes.
And indicated that. And they were afraid of repercussions or reprisal from who or what?
I believe they worried and feared that they would suffer repercussions from KLA members for speaking about their misconduct or what they perceived as their misconduct.
Apart from the information you received in the manner you described concerning the risk felt by people of being targeted for providing information about KLA violations, did you learn about other forms of activity or positions that could give rise to the same concern or risk?
I'm very sorry, I didn't understand the
Yeah,
question.
you just talked to us about people being, as I understood it, afraid to talk about alleged KLA violations for fear of reprisal. Were there other things that gave rise to the same fear and the same risk?
Objection. It calls for opinion, speculation, and frankly, I would imagine, an extremely difficult question for the witness to answer accurately.
Well, first of all, let's find out, just if he can answer the simple question, were there other issues that you know of?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, there were also, many violations at that time documented and reported on by a variety of sources. It could. Oh, I'm sorry, your microphone, I cannot hear.
I just was asking, were there other instances?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, there
All
was.
right, and
yes.
now Mr. Teager will continue with his questions.
I'm sorry, I apologise, but I did rather foreshadow this before the witness was called. If we're going to hear about that, the foundation for what we've just heard the witness begin to talk about things that he'd read or seen, or the foundation needs to be properly laid before Mr. Teager can elicit what the witness thinks was happening.
That's why I stopped the witness. I want Mr. Teager to do exactly that.
Thank you.
Okay, first question. With respect, and let me work backwards, and I'll try to lay the foundation that's been requested. You referred to violations at the time that you came to learn about. I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. And did those include, those include what you've just spoken about, the KLA targeting people for providing information about alleged KLA violations?
Again, I'm sorry, but this does need to, this was my concern, that not enough thought had gone into how to examine this witness. The position is the witness has said he has formed the impression that some of the people he was talking to were reluctant to cooperate, either out of loyalty or out of fear. Right? That's as far as we've got. Now, we have a question being put to the witness saying, so you've told us that people are not giving it, are fearing reprisals, but there's no foundation being laid for any of the questions that are being asked. We need to hear what it is the witness has read or seen or who he's spoken to so that it can be evaluated.
He's already testified that he interviewed over 100 or hundreds, in his view, of people on which he can rely those interviews.
Not in relation to KLA crimes, he hasn't testified. He said hundreds of witnesses, primarily focusing on crimes by the Serbian authorities.
All right, the objection is overruled at this time. Go ahead with your questioning, but please try to be as specific as possible.
I will, Your Honor, and perhaps this got more confusing than necessary out of a clumsy effort to abide by the the guidance. So let me try it this way, and I'll work backwards to get the foundation after this first question. Did you become familiar with the term collaborators, just yes or no?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that? Through what sources?
From my first visit to Kosovo in 1996, or my first research, I might have the first Human Rights Watch investigation. From that time, there was already a notion of what Albanians called loyal and disloyal Albanians. So, for example, the Kosovo Albanians who worked in for the state were frequently called to me by the interlocutors I had at that time, formal interviews, but also the communications I had informally during that time. Those people were considered more disloyal. Clearly, on the top rung are those who work for the security services, police, ethnic Albanians who worked for the police, of which there were, but also working for the authorities, even the university, which of course was a state-dominated university where the Albanian language was forbidden, and the Albanians had courageously created a parallel education system. And but those ethnic Albanians who didn't participate in that were deemed disloyal and placed under a cloud of suspicion at that time. And this became more intense as the armed conflict intensified. I think the term collaborator was then used to challenge or to label people. By 1998, it was more frequently heard. People who were challenging the armed insurgency, or even questioning it.
Again, to be perfect, so give us as much information as you can about how you came to this understanding about about people being deemed collaborators for the actions or status you described.
I'm sorry. Again, this is degenerating into meaninglessness. Deemed by whom? For what purpose? If the witness is seeking to attribute to some element of the Kosovo Liberation Army a definition that it was using when applying its own principles of detention, then he needs to explain how on earth he's in a position to say that. If it's deemed because there's some general ether going on, it's of absolutely no probative value, and it's a complete waste of the court's time.
Your Honor, that would bring me to asking the question in the way I would have chosen to do so in the first place, if I may. Okay.
Objection is overruled on the mic now.
Witness, did you receive information during that period of time about the KLA labeling or targeting people as collaborators for this activity or status?
Yes, I did.
And from what sources did you receive that information?
Well, one source is that I do know would be internationals who were working in Kosovo. And this would have, well, let me just clarify, which time period are you asking about?
I'm focusing on the time period from 98, the 98-99 time period.
Okay. Because if we're speaking about 99 post-June or pre-June, because there is a difference.
Well, then it's probably useful if you mark that distinction for us and explain the difference.
Yeah, okay. Because maybe I'll work backwards. If we're discussing post-June 1999, one of the sources of this information were internationals working for the United Nations, or also KFOR, the NATO forces, or the OSCE, all three of which had significant and large presence and operations in Kosovo at the time. And we were in touch with individuals who were monitoring the human rights situation. And they did share information with us and their concerns and their reporting on those who had been targeted for their alleged collaboration. And some of that was reported, publicly as well. Working, backwards, pre-June, then also some internationals, but there were also conversations I had with other human rights organizations who were tracking this work. I mentioned in particular the Humanitarian Law Center, which was a Belgrade-based organization, which I respected very highly for their methodology. And they were documenting these cases by interviewing individuals. And we also, as an organization, conducted interviews of family members who had a relative who they alleged had been abducted and targeted because of perceived or alleged collaboration.
I mean, again, I'm very sorry to keep rising to my feet, but what the witness has just described, with the exception of the last sentence, is an echo chamber of internationals describing their views without any opportunity, exactly what all of the trial chambers have regarded as completely unacceptable, without any opportunity to go to the source of the information that the witnesses had and say, why do you say that? How do you know about that? You cannot possibly investigate the person making the statement without knowing who they are and being given some proper information. I mean, with all due respect, I'm sorry this is annoying because I keep bumping up, but it's become perfectly clear in the way that Mr. Teague prepared the witness and in the way that he's seeking to examine him, that he is doing, and he's doing it right now, and the witness is also doing it right now, they are violating the very principles that are set down in all of the authorities, and including in relation to this witness himself when he testified in Milutinovic. I mean, it becomes a situation where we've had all of that evidence of which one fraction, namely, we interviewed some family members, and we should now be going on to who they were and what they said, not some general impression. This is not evidence at all, and it should be inadmissible. To be frank, I know that Your Honour was of the view that the Milutinovic ruling...
Mr. Emerson, everything that you've said, all of the people you've quoted did not try to stop people from testifying.
They denied the admission of the evidence.
Did not try to stop people from testifying. They elucidated what they were going to do at the summation to try to make a decent judgment and to weigh the evidence.
Well,
this gentleman is here to testify. He's going to testify, and you can't stop him from saying what he wants to say.
No.
You can certainly cross-examine him, and you can certainly expect us to weigh his evidence very carefully, which we will.
Yes, I'm sorry to press the matter, but Your Honour, a ruling earlier on made the same point. This can all come out at the end of the process. But in fact, what the trial chamber did with this witness's evidence in Milutinovic was to refuse to admit it. No, but I appreciate you haven't done that yet, but we are hearing questions that are designed to elicit inadmissible evidence.
We're hearing foundation being laid in any way they can, and we'll decide what else to hear.
But again, the foundation is an echo chamber from other internationals.
It may be. Go ahead, Mr. Teager.
All right, if I may just
One
say
last thing, Judge. If I just note my objection. I don't want to have a continuing objection to stand up, object all the time, but I agree with my colleague with the basis of this, and just to preserve my objection for the record.
Thank you.
All right. I just want to say that is not entirely an objection. That was actually an argument. I am not going to respond by making a counter-argument, and I'll move on to actually another subject at the moment. Witness, at some point, did you become aware of the detention by the KLA of two Tanyug journalists?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
That would have been in November or October 98.
Did you or other Human Rights Watch representatives make efforts to confirm whether or not the journalists were indeed being held by the KLA?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall what you did?
Yes. So we took two steps, as I recall. One was conferring with the International Committee of the Red Cross, which confirmed their knowledge of the detention. And we also raised this with Mr. Thaçi in Pristina.
Your Honor, could I call up Exhibit IT-03-66 P212.7? Witness, I hope you can see on your screen a document that is labeled Serbian Journalist Detention Condemned, dated, or head datelined for New York, October 24th, 1998, and beginning that Human Rights Watch today expressed grave concern about the detention of two Serbian journalists in Kosovo by the Ushtria Klientare e Kosovas, the armed ethnic Albanian group fighting for Kosovo's independence. You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It goes on to note in the third brief paragraph that UCK political representative Adam Thaçi and the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, have since confirmed that the two men are being held by the UCK. And is this a reference to HRW's confirmation of the detention that you referred to earlier?
Yes.
And was this document released by Human Rights Watch?
Yes, this is what we would call a press release.
The final, at the bottom of the page, that is the final paragraph on the first page, it notes that Radosevic and Dobricic are not the first Serbian journalists to be captured by the UCK. On August 21st, Juro Slavia from Radio Pristina and his driver Ranko Perinic were taken by men believed to be with the UCK near the city of Arahovac. They have not been heard from since. Did this previous event referred to in the press release impact the concern by HRW surrounding the detention of the Tanyuk journalists?
We would have had concerns regardless about detentions of media workers. But yes, the additional case of Mr. Slavoj and Mr. Perinic exacerbated or increased our level of concern.
Your Honor, I would tender this document.
No objection.
IT 0366 is admitted, and a number needs to be assigned.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit P 375.
Thank you.
Can we next call up P300? And I believe that's listed in in at least one of the documents as P341, which is the number it bore before the numbers were rectified. But P300 is a document we want. Witness on the screen is a document that bears the heading Military Police Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army for Media, and it's headed Statement Number 3. If I could ask you to take a quick look at that. It states that on Sunday, 18 October of this year, around 1500 hours, the Kosovo Liberation Army Military Police Patrol met a Yugo, Florida vehicle with registration plates from Belgrade without press signs, with the driver and passenger Vladimir Dobricic and Nebojša Radosevic. It explains they were given a sign to stop. They stopped after a delay, which led to doubts about their identity, and not believing that they are a journalist and that the purpose of their visit is espionage. They were stopped and were sentenced to pretrial detention for the purpose of investigating their real identity and the purpose of their travel. And at the bottom, you see the date of Thursday, 29 October 1998 in Jerry E. Koshevas. First of all, witness, do you recall whether or not you saw this document at the time?
I recall the document, seeing the document. I cannot state precisely when I viewed it.
Was the information provided in that document consistent or inconsistent with the information you had at the time about the KLA position on the detention?
Well, I'm not sure, because I can't recall exactly when I saw this statement. I don't remember how I interpreted it at that time. But reading it now, it is consistent with what I know about the case.
Now, you explained that one of the ways that you confirmed that the KLA was holding the journalist was via Adam Damaci, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us who was Adam Damaci?
He's an important figure in Kosovo Albanian society, was a renowned and well-respected human rights activist, had spent many, many years in a Yugoslav prison for his, as a political prisoner. I believe, I have to confirm this, but I believe he was even honored by Human Rights Watch prior to my activities. So we knew him, I knew him personally, had a respect for him, and went to him not just for this. There were other reasons for speaking with him, but asked about this case.
And why did you contact him? What did you understand his position to be?
At the time, Mr. Thaçi had been named I believe the title was political representative. I'm not sure about the official title, but he functioned in Pristina, had a public presence in Pristina, spoke with the media, and interacted with organizations such as mine.
And when you went to see him, what did you have an understanding of his position in terms of authority for the KLA?
Yes, I did.
I mean, that is a question for which there has to be a foundation about what Thaçi's authority happens to be. If he says yes, what's the foundation?
And before you tell us that opinion, what was it based on?
Yes. A number of factors. I mean, one important element was that Mr. Thaçi was allowed to operate in Pristina by the Serbian authorities publicly. And I immediately interpreted that and understood that to mean that his influence with the armed wing and with those who were engaged in hostilities was limited. And because I did not think the Serbian state and its powerful and abusive forces would have tolerated the open activities of any KLA member who was engaged in armed struggle. And I also understood Mr. Thaçi's profile within the Kosovo-Albanian society, which was based on respect for his outspoken opinions and the suffering that he had endured because of those expressions, namely many, many years in prison. And so he had a high moral authority in the society. At the same time, I always believed, based on my knowledge of the situation, that his influence in decision making was limited. Again, coming back to the first point, that someone who had direct ties to armed struggle would not have been tolerated, would have been prosecuted, and probably potentially with abuse, but would not have been allowed to function in that way.
Did you have conversations with Mr. Thaçi after his appointment to this position in connection with, in connection with the KLA?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you have conversations with Mr. Thaçi after his appointment about what he was doing and what his role was?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I was there at least once, not many times, not regularly. I cannot recall the specifics of our conversations, but I do remember in this case him confirming the detention.
During your not many conversations with Mr. Thaçi, did he ever say anything to you that disabused you of your understanding of his limited authority?
No. No, I always emerged from those conversations understanding that his influence over those engaging in armed struggle was limited.
After you had confirmed that the journalists were indeed being held by the KLA, did Human Rights Watch seek to do more about that situation?
Yes, we requested a meeting with KLA representatives to discuss it, among other issues.
And first of all, who did you request that meeting with?
We requested a meeting with individuals who would be responsible or authorized to discuss matters pertaining to human rights and international humanitarian law. We did not submit a request to speak with anyone in particular.
And to whom, either to whom did you make that request, or how did you attempt to make those arrangements?
Through an intermediary who we knew in Kosovo.
Were you successful in making arrangements to meet with KLA representatives authorized to speak about the detention?
Yes.
And did the meeting take place?
Yes.
And where was that?
Where was the meeting?
Yes.
Well, the meeting took place in November, I believe November 10th. And at the time, I did not know exactly where it occurred. We were instructed or requested to drive to an area, I believe, near Maleševo, or Malešev in Albanian, where we were met and escorted to what I would describe as a farmhouse. And I later learned this was in a village called Banja, but I didn't know that at the time.
And you say we, who were you with?
My colleague, Peter Bukart.
And when you arrived at that location, were you the first to arrive, or were the KLA representatives there?
We were the first to arrive and waited for a short period of time.
Okay. And when the KLA figures arrived, did they introduce themselves?
They did, but after we went to the farmhouse and had sat down, had a cup of tea, and began conversation.
Okay. In what language was the meeting conducted?
In Albanian.
And did you have a translator?
Yes.
Okay. And when the KLA representatives arrived, did they, I'll repeat that question, did they introduce themselves?
Yes, they did.
And how did they introduce themselves?
One, and I think the main spokesperson was Mr. Hashim Thaçi, who was the political representative of the general staff. And the other gentleman introduced himself by his nom de guerre, Commander Cheliku.
And did you find out either during the meeting or subsequently who the real name of Commander Cheliku?
Yes, I did.
And that was?
Mr. Fatmir Limay.
Your Honor, I note the time.
We will break for the day. We will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We thank you for your attendance today. Remember not to talk with the case outside of the courtroom. The court usher will escort you out.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. We're adjourned until 9 tomorrow.
All rise.